Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a nationalist, we all have the same problem. They don't attack me because I'm a Muslim. They attack me because I'm black. They attack all of us for the same reason. All of us catch hell from the same enemy. We're all in the same bag, in the same boat. We suffer political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. All of them from the same enemy. The government has failed us. You can't deny that. Anytime you live in the 20th century and you walking around here singing, "We shall overcome," the government has failed. This is part of what's wrong with you. You do too much singing. Today it's time to stop singing and start swinging. You can't sing up on freedom, but you can swing up on some freedom. Cassius Clay can sing, but singing didn't help him to become the heavyweight champion of the world. So this government has failed us. The government itself has failed us. And the white liberals who have been posing as our friends have failed us. And once we see that all these other sources to which we've turned have failed, we stop turning to them and turn to ourselves. We need a self-help program, a do-it-yourself philosophy, a do-it-right now philosophy. It's already too late philosophy. This is what you and I need to get with. And the only way we're going to solve our problem is with a self-help program. Before we can get a self-help program started, we have to have a self-help philosophy. Black nationalism is a self-help philosophy. What's so good about it, you can stay right in the church where you are and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can stay in any kind of civic organization that you belong to and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can be an atheist and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. This is a philosophy that eliminates the necessity for division and argument. Because if you're black, you should be thinking black. And if you're black and you're not thinking black at this late date, well, I'm sorry for you. Once you change your philosophy, you change your thought pattern. Once you change your thought pattern, you change your attitude. Once you change your attitude, it changes your behavior pattern. And then you go on into some action. As long as you got a sit-down philosophy, you'll have a sit-down thought pattern. And as long as you think that old sit-down thought, you'll be in some kind of sit-down everywhere. It's not so good to refer to what you're going to do as a sit-in. Then right there, castrates you. Right there, it brings you down. What goes with it? Think of the image of someone sitting. An old woman can sit. An old man can sit. A chump can sit. A coward can sit. Anything can sit. Well, you and I have been sitting long enough, and it's time today for us to start doing some standing and some fighting to back that up. When we look at other parts of this earth upon which we live, we find that black, brown, red, and yellow people in Africa and Asia are getting their independence. They're not getting it by singing, "We shall overcome." No, they're getting it through nationalism. It is nationalism that brought about the independence of the people in Asia. Every nation in Asia gained its independence through the philosophy of nationalism. Every nation on the African continent that has gotten its independence brought it about through the philosophy of nationalism. And it will take black nationalism to bring about the freedom of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country where we have suffered colonialism for the past 400 years. America is just as much a colonial power as England ever was. America is just as much a colonial power as France ever was. In fact, America is more so a colonial power than they, because she's a hypocritical colonial power behind it.
What is good, my people? We are live back again with another live broadcast. What's going on, my brother, Lord Lee Bowens? Shouts out to you. I appreciate you for coming through, my brother. And I appreciate everybody for listening. And I meant to come on a little bit earlier, but I got caught up doing something. But I did want to come on here because somebody, being a hater, what I'm saying, they tried to flag one of my videos for like hate speech or whatever. And I'm actually surprised that YouTube reversed it or whatever, but they did, so I'm live in the building. But that's my other channel right there, the Forecast Radio 24, you know what I'm saying? So I did want to come on here while I have the opportunity to let you know that if anything, I haven't been saying it, but if anything happens to this channel, then you want to go to that channel. You know what I'm saying? And I do want to let everybody know that comes on here, it may be a reason why they keep this channel on here. You know what I'm saying? Probably to listen, to see what I'm doing, if I'm wilding out or anything like that. But, I do want to make it clear that, we still up in the building. Yo, what up, bro? They tried to silence me, but I want y'all to make sure that y'all subscribe to the other channel, you know what I'm saying? So I'm just taking the opportunity to say that, and that's really why I'm on here. And this is not a serious thing today, you know what I'm saying? That's really the main point that I wanted to make. And also Sunday we're gonna be back with the Black History thing, or Sunday at 8 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? But even though they try to block me, I just I'm still here in the building, you know what I'm saying? So, they can't really stop us. And I just wanted to come on here and make that clear. And I get that a lot of stuff, but like, listen, I want people to come on here who disagree. If you disagree, then come on here and prove me wrong. And I say that because I hope that I am wrong. I just don't think that I am, as far as this goes, on here. But I want you to come on here to disagree, you know what I'm saying? But the cowardness, you know what I'm saying? And they hate when we have control. We start talking like even other black people is like the concept of black people defining themselves and setting parameters and boundaries for ourselves without somebody else coming in to tell us what to do, how to do it. It almost blows the mind of a lot of black people, and a lot of stuff they be like, oh, well, you're just talking about hate, when really I'm only talking about other black people. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what up, Black?
Yo, what's good, folks?
Not much. What's going on, my brother?
Oh man, I can't call it. About to shut it down in a minute. I
Oh
saw
yeah.
you on, so I figured I'd jump in and see what's popping.
Yeah, I didn't mean to come on so late. I just had to come on here to say that because they blocked my channel. So I wanted to come on here anyway. So because I'm not blocked no more. But I wanted to let everybody know to go to my other channel in case anything happens. You know what I'm saying?
Did it tell you who sent the complaint?
No, I didn't say. It just say they got me for hate speech. You know what I'm saying? And then it could be anybody because the video was on the video about mulattoes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I remember that one. I think I was in there on that one.
Yeah, that's the one that they took down. What somehow I don't know why YouTube put it back up, but it's back up. So what up, my brother Brandon? But Rod, no, not really, because that's another thing that I want to say. We about to get back to see. Like I said, if you want to disagree, you can come on here and disagree. You know what I'm saying? But like, if you come on here like trolling and all of that stuff, like, and I'm gonna call out all of this stuff, and I'm gonna stop like biting my tongue and all of that. You know, so if they want to come on here and start wilding like that, I wouldn't suggest it no more because I'm about to, get back to being serious. This is time and place for everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's why even now today is an open kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? But you know, like I said, if they want to act that way, then they're probably not going to keep coming on here. But I welcome everybody to come on here though. But yeah, Black, you wanted to say something though, bro?
You know how folks are, man. They get in their feelings because somebody say some shit they don't like or disagree with it, and get to calling the folks up. You know how that go, bro.
Yeah, I know. I take it as it's not a bad thing. As a good thing. Like I'm hitting nerves, like because I've been saying, yo, I'm coming after the things that Black people love, not because you love it, but it's the things that make you slaves. You know what I'm saying? That, in my opinion, like this white savior complex and thinking everybody's your friend and all of this crap. You know what I'm saying?
You know, some fucked up shit my auntie sent me on Facebook. We was going back and forth on this Biden and Trump shit, and I'm telling her, you know, all the shit Biden did, you know, with that crime bill and all that shit, and she wasn't trying to hear it, and she said some shit. What I'm trying to think of the exact words, but it fucked me up coming from her, because you know when I was younger, about my 16 or so, you know, she put me on the Farrakhan and Malcolm X and shit. You know, she was the militant one in the family. She said that something about if we don't get Trump out of there, we probably go back into slavery or some shit. And I was like, oh man, your head's so fucked up on this Democrat shit. Neither one of these motherfuckers worth a damn. That
Yeah.
white savior shit, that we got to get Trump out of there, you know, that foolishness like that, man. You got one president offering you something, and the other one say he ain't gonna get you nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and they really both part of the same thing. And I know it's people like that in my family. You know, I'm crazy because I didn't vote for like Joe Biden, and these is like loved ones, and that's why I'm like, yo, mentally we are like messed up right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's even with our loved ones. And it may not be no hope for the older generation as far as their mindsets in certain aspects, but you know that's why it's important to focus on the younger generations and you know the children. And you know, like Rob tell you, you know, the youngest population right now in the world is like, you know, is really Black people. I'm gonna say Black people, you know what I'm saying? So everybody who's like under 35, we got an opportunity.
That's facts, bro. Africa got the youngest motherfucking population on the planet, the largest and the youngest. Yeah, man. These a lot of these old heads, man. They throw you. Ain't no changing them. They just gonna keep riding with the same horse and carriage all the way down the road. But yeah, you're right. You focus on these young kids, and a lot of these young kids, man, they got their mind right. They see that this political system ain't been doing nothing for us, bro. Nothing at all. So what's the point of voting? And then when we do get somebody in there that look like us, they don't do shit for us. And there's so many people fooled on Kamala Harris, sister girl. It's a joke.
Yeah, but that's what goes. That's a part of being sick though. When you're trying to be in somebody else's, you know, system, like you're, like when people say our people died for the right to vote. No, they like if you want to say that, you would be like you would have to say representation, not for the right to vote. But they was killed, number one. You know what I'm saying? But the thing
They
is,
was
you know,
killed trying to vote.
right. And but that's what I'm saying. That's why you can see all these politicians and stuff coming to the Black churches anytime it's time to vote. But when it's time to do anything, then it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? They just like shut up and dribble.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm gonna you know, I know you ain't gonna be on here for too long. So, you know, I'm gonna
No, bro, I'm gonna be up here as long as you have me, bro.
oh no, yeah, you're welcome, bro. I just wanted to show some stuff because I didn't want to just come on here and just get off here just like that and not show nothing. And so I'm gonna just show some stuff that I found like interesting. Because I don't know if you saw like, yo, what up, Oni? I don't know if you saw like at the Super Bowl thing, they, a lot of them, is mad because of the national anthem thing.
Yeah, man, I stopped watching that shit, bro.
Right.
And I don't know if I told you though before, but bro, I've been a lifelong sports fan. Baseball, basketball, hockey, soccer, tennis, golf, all of it. I used to watch it all. But how they did Kaepernick, man, I throw it away, bro. He sacrificed his career, and we can't even stop watching the damn game. Super Bowl used to be like Christmas to me, bro. I used to go out and buy a lot of meat, get the drink and get the green going, the herb going, and party. Nah, I just don't even give a damn who won. But I told people, I said, I'm gonna tell you who's gonna win. You just look at the color of the quarterbacks, and that's gonna tell you who's gonna win.
It was, yeah. I mean, a lot of people said that, but we was on here when that was going on, but a lot of them was mad. So let me just start showing some of this so we can get through it, because I just thought this part was interesting. And by the way, so this is like at Walmart in Texas, and like these white people just bust out singing the national anthem out of nowhere.
Issues creating in our community. We will not be doing the Pledge of Allegiance during Town of Silverton Board of Trustee meetings, and it's removed from agendas and/or protocols until such time that we can discuss this at a board.
Right. So, they and this is a part of being on code here. You know what I'm saying? For you, somebody just start singing the national anthem at Walmart just on a random, and then everybody stopping just whatever. Imagine if you had that on some like blackness, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? Like, abstract right now, but I think it's just and you can jump in at any time too, bro. So listen, they was like really, really mad at this national anthem thing. So let's like hear just some of the stuff they were saying.
Is to unite everyone in that nation under that one anthem. If we have a black national anthem before the real national anthem, then why don't we also have a Pacific Islander national anthem, a women's national anthem, a Latino national anthem, a gay national anthem, a straight national anthem? Well, that would never happen. A Christian national anthem, a Jewish national anthem, a national anthem for people that prefer chocolate ice cream over vanilla. The entire point of a national anthem is to unite everyone in that nation under that one anthem. If we have a black national anthem before the real national anthem,
right. So it's interesting now. All of a sudden, you should have a national anthem for people like ice cream, certain types of ice cream, right? Because you got a black one, right? Because obviously, they're definitely going to feel threatened by that. But now all of a sudden, the nation was supposed to be for one person. It's supposed to unite us. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't know where they get this from. You know what I'm saying? You want to say something? He's still there. You still there, Black? Oh, all right. It must be off. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna keep going there. This is just what they saying,
I hate to even use this phrase because I don't want to describe this song as this because I reject the premise of it, but they had what they call a black national anthem. This is a little clip of it.
Lift every voice I see, till earth and heaven ring with the.
Listen to those racist words. Lift every voice and sing. How racist is that?
I reject the premise of a Black national anthem. And this is especially ironic, I think, given that this is happening in Black History Month, because when Black History Month, as soon as it started, it's in February, the first day of Black History Month, the catchphrase that had been obviously passed around as a talking point among all of the liberal institutions, all of the leftist pundits, is Black history is American history. That's the phrase you'll hear it repeated everywhere, on Twitter, on cable news, in classrooms. Black history is American history. Now, I don't disagree with that phrase. I disagree with what the left means when they say that phrase.
Oh yeah, except for when we want to get it banned out of the schools, but
But in and of itself, of course, Black history is American history, right? It's history is history. History is not history with a particular lens unless you have a political agenda. History is supposed to be an account of what happened and an account of why what happened. So the history of Black people in the United States shouldn't be separate. The history of Black people is part of the history of the United States. Okay, that's not controversial. The left, of course, is just trying to mix in critical race theory. So their phrase is drugged with their own ideology. But this month, February, Black History Month, we're told that Black history is American history. And you can't marry that idea that the left is offering us, that the left is proposing, with the fact that we have two separate national anthems. Either Black history is American history, and therefore it's one country, or you have separate national anthems in our country.
Now listen, and I get that y'all get what up, my brother Bawana, and I get that y'all understand this, but a lot of us do not understand this. They like, yo, she just needs to be educated, you know what I'm saying? And there are a lot of brothers who give this a pass, you know what I'm saying? But I also want you to see like some of their tactics, even for those of you who find yourself dialoguing with them. I'm gonna try to help you in any way I can, and how they use terminology. You see how this whole time, like this is probably one of the first times where they included Black history and American history and say, well, we need to bring it all together, but just under our flag, under our banner. You know what I'm saying? And the problem is, right? Because what she says is irrelevant, but it's a lesson to all of this, you know what I'm saying? Because there are some, I'm gonna get because First Rifleman probably listened to this right here. He probably listened to this brother, so I'm gonna give a representation for First Rifleman here. Yeah, you there, Black?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, just jump in whenever you want, but I'm gonna keep going though. But just jump in whenever you want.
The first national anthem. It just surprises me how she criticizes people for taking a knee in the middle of the national anthem. Why wouldn't she stand for lyrics like this? It's a beautiful song, worth standing up for. Colin Kaepernick took the knee for a reason, and Carrie Lake does not have one.
When they show you who they are, believe them.
Carrie Lake sits as real Americans reject the Black national anthem at the Super Bowl. And the reason why I'm titling it that is because I don't think that you can call yourself a real American if you are standing for the Black national anthem, okay?
And that's something for those of you who say that, you know what I'm saying? Now, ain't that something, right? You better not do anything other than pledge allegiance to their flag when their music is playing. But when your stuff is playing, you better not even, you know what I'm saying, stand up, acknowledge it or anything. Ain't that something?
Make us do that in grade school, bruh. Every morning.
Yeah,
Stand up, put your hand over your heart, and sing the American anthem. And I was in the inner city school too.
Yeah, a Black school. It's like 90-something% Black children sitting here talking about our pledge allegiance to the flag of the Corporation of America. But, this is a brother here saying this. So, you know what I'm saying? I can't really give excuses, you know what I'm saying?
And you believe that it's totally fine, it's totally okay to sit for the real national.
Yeah, they just conveniently left that other part about, slaves, if they go against us being killed and all of that stuff. Yo, what up, Koku? And the dude who wrote it being, an avid, racist, and like I think he was a slave owner or something like that, and you know, he wanted to kill black people. But you know, it unites us. But this racist lift every voice and saying, see, we try to include them, and that's still racist. You know what I'm saying? I want you to understand that. And as much as we try to fit in, this is how crazy we look. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you know, First Rifleman will see this back. Like, man, I look crazy when I be saying this stuff.
Anthem. Now, again, I know that this Black National Anthem thing has been talked about time and time and time again, but honestly, this is a big deal, right? This is important to me because this right here is the reason why this country is so divided. Because how in the world can you claim to want unity when you can't even agree on what the national anthem should be, right? You can't agree on one song that everybody should recognize as the official anthem of the country that represents everybody. Okay, what other country in the world has two national anthems? Or put it this way, what other country in the world has national anthems based?
Okay, boy, I don't know who he is. Okay, yeah, he probably
Real live,
does.
walking, talking coconut, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, but I mean, if he's scamming them, you know what I'm saying? I guess that's okay, but come on, man. But he, you know, he's talking about two national anthem, but that tells you, I'm not going to talk about whether, like, I'm like talking about our lives, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to debate whether we deserve not to get hurt or not, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to just do everything that I can to make sure that that doesn't happen. And if you talking about, well, you just hate some, no, I don't think that we should be in the same jury pool selection as somebody who doesn't think that I should, you know what I'm saying, like I should not worship my own thing, or I asked to be killed because I, you know, walked outside or something, you know what I'm saying? Or even if I, you know, God forbid, practice their Second Amendment and protect myself, you know what I'm saying? That puts me at a greater risk. Maybe we shouldn't just be around, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. But we can't even agree on the national anthem that says, yeah, well, we'll kill you, you know what I'm saying? I guess that brother didn't hear about that part though.
Based off racial groups in the country. Okay, if we're giving black folks a national anthem, we might as well just give everybody a national anthem. Get Latinos their national anthem. Let's get Asians a national anthem. Let's get whites a national anthem. But I mean, apparently, you know.
Yeah, so you know, let's get white people. I thought that was the national anthem was for white people. Because why would you say all of these other groups, you know what I'm saying? If it included everybody already. But
according to them, the real national anthem is the white national anthem, right? The Star Spangled Banner is the white national anthem. And that's why they can't let it stand alone, because you can't have anything that's just for whites, right? If whites say, look, we just want this for us and us only, oh man, people are gonna be pissed. But if black people say we just want this and this is for us only, oh no, that's great, that's awesome, that's progressivism. When the reality is, this is actually regressivism in disguise. Okay, this is Jim Crow. Okay, literally, this right here, what you're saying, the so-called black national anthem is Jim Crow. And for the people who claim to be against Jim Crow and racism so much, I always think Jim Crow.
no, the black national anthem is Jim Crow. You heard that?
How was that even possible? What is he talking about? Forecast, you know I'm allergic to coons, bruh.
All right, my bad. I'm gonna skip this dude, you know what I'm saying? Because it ain't no fun because he can't say nothing back, you know what I'm saying? But you know, but check this out though, because this is in black schools though. This is the issue here, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, in a black school, you gotta get a permission slip to sing the black national anthem, you know what I'm saying? Here, or at least in Orlando anyway, you know. So I don't know if you go to like your school board meetings and you know what's going on with your children, because I was trying to show all of that stuff about what's going on in the schools, you know. But if they want to sing that black national anthem, then you got to get a permission slip for that.
Permission slip coming out of Marion County. So parents are questioning why a form was sent for students to learn the song Lift Every Voice. It's known widely as the Black National Anthem.
Hold on, folks.
Mm-hmm.
I want to throw something out there, and I might be wrong or right, but you let me know. That permission slip is for the white kids. so they don't get sued if they kid up in there singing some black national anthem. That's a wild guess, but that's what I'm thinking it is.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I don't know that, but we ain't need no permission slip to sing no white national anthem. I know that. But that's the point though, you know what I'm saying? Like the protection of your kids, you know what I'm saying? They understand that it's important to know what goes on to your children's mind. Why you trying to explain it to them? They like, yo, I'm gonna make sure that my child maintains this system. You know what I'm saying? That's how stuff is like passed down. They make sure that children is indoctrinated the right way. We let them indoctrinate our children their way. But yo, what up, my brother Bobby?
Song during an after-school performance.
Yeah, school leaders call this bad timing, but say this opens up a broader conversation on how schools are tackling teaching race and history. News 6's Brian Didlake tells us why parents are confused and how leaders plan on getting results.
I want there to be real, genuine conversations. It's unfortunate that it had to be initiated by a permission slip.
Marion County School Board member Eric Cummings addressing this permission slip from College Park Elementary. Center Grades 3 through 5's music program is for parents to sign off for the student to sing the Black National Anthem, the activity labeled as extracurricular.
There was no real explanation to any of this, so it leaves you to think whatever.
Cummings says one specific lyric is causing controversy.
And by the way, I just want you to know, just because it's not the Super Bowl, this was a month ago, you know what I'm saying, before the Super Bowl. And not that long ago, it was a month. But this is, apparently anything about Black pride, Black love, Black whatever is considered hate to these people, I guess, which is why somebody would try to flag my channel or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I just want you to think about, because I think that it wasn't a white person that did it, but I just want you to think about it because there's only one reason why we keep being in the situation that we in. You know what I'm saying? But
line that I guess that they feel is the one line in that we have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered.
It just didn't sit right to send home a form.
I'm sorry, he was reading the part where we get slaughtered in the thing.
It just didn't sit right to send home a form.
That one line that I guess that they feel is the one line in that we have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered.
It just didn't sit right to send home a form for 1 month and nothing else.
One mother who received this form didn't want to be identified, but tells me the form raised concerns. College Park's principal, Teresa Forsyth, was the person who sent the form to parents. She declined an interview, but sent us this quote. Our parents often express they want more choice when it comes to their children's education. And this was an attempt to give parents more choice when referencing the anthem lyrics.
I don't know. I didn't get a form for anything Christopher Columbus related or any other culture related. I mean, I don't see why that's an option.
I think that's going a bit far right there. I think it should be, when I was growing up, everybody learned about Black history, so it wasn't something that had to be, written off.
School district leaders say Marion County has become the 11th school district to receive exemplary status last year for its Black history curriculum.
If you look at what the CRT,
I think meaning you don't have to teach. They got exemption from teaching Black history. I guess even during Black History Month, you know what I'm saying, at the schools in Florida, which we can be like, I understand that's what they're going to do, but now what are we going to do because our children are there,
Expect that from them.
Right. But the problem is they expect us not to do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to do what we expect them to do. The problem is we keep doing what they expect us to do, which is nothing. Not even go to school board meetings. We talk about voting. Why not run for the school board? You know what I'm saying? Or something in your local area. And then that'll be that much more important, or you can make sure that this is not happening if your children are going to be there. Or, ultimately, put your money together with other people in the community, or find if there's somebody trying to have their own school district in your local area or whatever, or continue to do the same thing over and over and over. And you can complain, but, that's all you're going to do.
district to receive exemplary status
Yeah, what up, Erica? What up?
last year for its Black history curriculum.
If you look at what the CRT and woke is doing, it is pitting people against each other based on race, which is wrong.
But with the passing of recent legislation like the ban on critical race theory, school board members like Cummings say going forward, it's time to have tough conversations.
It's just been, you're not going to do this and you can't do that, but you still going to have.
And yo, Bwana, I feel you. I'm with you on that. I don't want them to teach them that. But the problem is, they're their only teachers. You know what I'm saying? Because I get it. People work and we're not up on history like this circle here. Maybe know a lot of stuff. But generally people don't know it. That's why you would actually have to go out there and like try to do something. You know what I mean? Like, find a way so that they aren't teaching your children at all. I don't want them teaching them anything, you know what I'm saying? History or none of that stuff, especially if you can have
teach your own kids. If they ain't want to do it, you do it yourself, and let them learn about the people in history you want them to know about, like Nat Turner or Marcus Garvey or Dessalines. Yeah. Just 30 minutes on the weekend, every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 30 minutes. They are learning and they'll remember it because it's coming from you.
Yeah, 30 minutes every weekend, like or something simple like that, is whatever you could do. Because if I tell you like one of the most gangster people who did for black people and stood up and did revolutionary people of all time was a dude named Madison Washington. Like, you ever heard of who that is?
I've heard the name, but I don't recall what he did.
Well, he escaped slavery.
Hold it. He escaped on the boat, and he got recalled, and he had a knife up in his shit.
Yeah.
When they caught him again, and he killed everybody on the boat, and he sailed the boat back to Africa, didn't he?
Yeah, something like that. Like, well, the story is even crazier though, because like he escaped from slavery one time and left and got free, and then I guess he had like and the only reason they ain't say this is fake yet because they don't even know about it, but he put stuff in his he had like weapons sewn into his clothes or something like that, and he ended up getting caught because he went back to go get his wife, you know what I'm saying? And so when he got caught, he was put on a boat from Richmond to New Orleans, and then on that boat, he freed him, and then they went to like the Bahamas or whatever.
Yo.
You
on Twitter, folks?
I have one, but I don't really use it.
Oh man, it'd be some good conversations over on Twitter. Look, we were having this discussion about Isaiah Washington movie, Bass Reeves, Corsican, I think the name of it. And a bunch of them talking about we need to support it. And I found out Stacey Dash was in it. And I'm allergic to coons, right? So I'm like, I can't do it. So everybody like he know who she is, so why did he even put her in a damn movie? I don't care if it's for 1 second. He could have gave somebody else that role. That's the things we talking about. They put people like that in that movie, and it just turned me off, man.
Yeah. I mean, but that's what happens when other people control every aspect of life. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like just focus on getting one thing.
But look, he was the producer.
Yeah, but I mean, still though, like you can't.
Directed.
Yeah, but I mean,
unless that was just the title that was put on it, because
I mean,
my reply was, I'm pretty sure Bass Reeves didn't ride with no house ninjas.
No, well, I don't know. I can't speak on that. I don't know. So
I can speak on it, folks.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he didn't ride with no house ninjas.
Yeah, I feel you. But what I'm saying is though, like, it's even with the mentality of black, even in certain things, you know what I'm saying? like even with Khalid Muhammad, he would make certain, like maybe people would say it's not hate though, you know what I'm saying? But even with Khalid Muhammad would do certain things that I may not do today, you know what I'm saying? And Khalid Muhammad was definitely one of the realest ever, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
But it's a soft
guys
spot.
like him, bro, they get rid of with the quickness. That's
Yeah.
too dangerous to have someone like him around.
Right.
You know, Khalid used to spit that fire, and he get niggas motivated.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so all right, let me finish this video real quick. It's only real quick.
Recent legislation like the ban on critical race theory, school board members like Cummings say going forward, it's time to have tough conversations.
It's just been, you're not going to do this and you can't do that, but you still going to have a conversation because let's face it, Black History Month is going to come again next year.
Now, Cummings said the time for these tough conversations has not been set. A Black
All right, so yeah, of course, Black people still trying to do that, but yo, you want to say something? This is the last one on this. I got to do something real quick after this, but you want to say something before we keep going?
What's this about the Super Bowl?
No, it's just the same thing. But I just wanted to show because I think she's gonna let the Black National Anthem rock. It would be more fun if the trolls was here because it pisses them off. This kind of stuff pisses them off. I know, like I don't know. I got a bad habit of trolling. You know what I'm saying? But
There's nothing wrong with it.
Lee Rouse sang, who I take a look at this.
Lift every voice I see till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty.
I just wanted to let her rock.
Girl's initial announcement. When people like her, but we could have gone without the rest of the wokeness. You know what?
That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, so y'all get the point though. Y'all get the point though. But I wanted to show that, yeah. Shout out exactly, bro. But yo, you want to say something before I go on to the next thing? Because I gotta say something for the the people that try to troll me and try to get my channel blocked or whatever.
Go ahead, get into them, folks.
No, well, they actually blocked me because of the mulatto thing, and I know that is a very sensitive topic, and this is not nothing to anybody except for the person who tried to do that. You know what I'm saying? And I am sorry that it hurts people's feelings that mixed people are not Black. Right? It's not me. I didn't make. Huh?
You eat graham crackers?
I don't. No.
I don't like them neither.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying it's not that they're I'm just saying that they're not Black, and people said that that's actually hate speech, you know what I'm saying? And other people felt like I've actually hated on them, you know what I'm saying? So, and since I didn't have to redo it, I'm not going to show anything that I was going to show, but I have to actually troll a little bit because all of y'all look like, and it's my theory that people, somebody did, or I believe it was probably a Black person with a mulatto kid or a mulatto person, you know what I'm saying? And it was not my brother Dwayne. I really don't think it was him because he, you know what I'm saying, like he cool, I know it's a difference of opinion or whatever because I never said I hated nobody, and that's the thing. I don't care if people think that I hate somebody else. It's just that I think it's anti-Black to say that I hate other people when I'm talking about Black people loving each other and creating Black families and stuff like that. And for you to say that that's hate, I really think that that is hateful of you. That's practicing anti-Blackism. So this goes out to all of the anti-Black isms, and this is what you sound like. Maybe he was on it. I don't think it was him. I don't think he would report me, you know what I'm saying, for like quote unquote hate speech, you know what I'm saying? But you know, somebody tried to report me, but it's all good, you know. And but that anti-blackness, I just want you to kind of look what it feels like, because this is what they're telling you, right? So we're gonna go through the stages of, because it's my theory, right? All of these people that keep bringing this stuff is because they secretly want a white girl. They, you know, grandma white, you know what I'm saying, and they think that they're not gonna be accepted or something, or their mom is actually white, or their children, or something is personal in there, because I never made it personal at all. But I don't know, see how you can exclude one parent's DNA like from of the whole thing. I mean, like, we're not asexual creatures. We get like DNA from our mothers and DNA from our fathers, and to exclude a whole side of the family is just not accurate. You know what I'm saying? And especially in the society that you live in, you could say whatever you want about allies. You could call them allies, but one thing that I do know is that Black people have no friends, and when you think you have friends, you tend to get burnt. So if this has to be a lesson, another one that gets you burnt, that burnt costs us another 100 years, then fine, so be it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's fine, but whatever. But anyway, let me play it.
White women have never had any power over men in their lives, because obviously all the white men in their lives have always had all the power over them. So white women have whiteness over Black men, and obviously to be in any sort of like control feels good, especially when you're used to never being in control. White women feel safe with Black men, not only because of the hypermasculinity that they believe Black men exhibit, but because of the whiteness and power they hold over Black men.
They only like you because they can tell you what to do. That's what she's trying to say. And I couldn't find the other video about the other girl saying, well, you know, it's changing, and we know that we need their genetics to kind of, you know, so our children will survive, you know. And the Asian girl talking about, well, you know, we need somebody to date, and we're rejected in our culture, so maybe we can. Black men are athletic, and our children will be athletic, and whatever, and they'll get our smarts from our Indian side, definitely not their Negro side. But I mean, we can go on down the list. But
this is why also white women can still be racist and be with Black men, and be like conservative white women will be like married to a Black man. And this is why white women love their Black sons and hate their Black daughters. Black sons give you access to the patriarchy.
a white woman's Black son, that don't even make sense. But Wanda said when I disinvited them to the cooker, I don't know who invited somebody else in the first place. That's all I'm saying. Because and look, you know what I'm saying, we have brothers on the record saying, well, you know, their mom is this, their dad is this, they're cool, they could be able to come, and these is trusted brothers here. So I'm like, where are we drawing the line at? You know what I'm saying? And it's not nothing personal against them. They didn't choose whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I mean, number one, a white man cannot lay the seed for a Black man and raise a Black man. A white woman cannot give birth to a Black woman. None of that is true. And you know what I'm saying? But like I said, if people want to talk about the race thing, we can go on any kind of like the physical, like the mental, all of that stuff. But I'm just trying to show you, for those of you who make excuses about, you know what I'm saying? Yo, what up, real Black gentleman? Yeah, I know. I couldn't find the video either. Like, they took off a lot of these videos, Erica. But they did probably catch feelings. All right, I'm gonna keep going there. You want to say something, Black?
Yeah, man. People sensitive, bruh. Grown ass men sensitive. You know, I hear what you're saying, and you know, I don't agree with it because and you still cool, you still my homie. Look, I don't agree with it because you know, with me it depends on your mind state. You know, if you come like Phil Valentine or Rock Newman, cats like that, Adam Clayton Powell, you know, they was mulatto and they rode for their people. You know, they claim Black all the way. You know, if you out here and you just trying to get in and fit in with the white crowd, you know, I don't want to fool with you.
But that's the thing. You saying because I will number one, the only thing I said is look, Adam Clayton Powell is not black. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got a white parent, there's no way that you are a black person, bro. Like you're a mixed person, you know. That's what they kind of got mad at, you know.
We had this conversation before where we was going through all the different people and you was saying no.
Right. Yeah, definitely. But
some people just sensitive like that, bro.
Yeah. And it's not nothing personal about them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to like, you know, it's like
talking about my mama.
Huh? Yeah, I know. And that's the problem though. You're gonna have that issue. Now that's the problem though. You know what I'm saying? Now we're gonna have to deal with that problem because some is gonna be like I probably am talking about your mama. You know what I'm saying? Because look, you can't give somebody a pass just because they sleep with a black dude, can we? You know? Or just because somebody say that they're black, we can't just accept them in, can we?
Some of us do it.
I mean, I know we also at the bottom of everything too. We also don't own or control anything, and we also got to fight against the people of color label too.
You know how the media like to portray us as this violent, one big Negro type of people, but it's really the opposite. We are the most loving and caring people. We will open our house to people that don't look like us, let them come in our neighborhoods, and that's what been our big problem. Our humanity. You know, it's time to close ranks and say no. Let's get these stores up out our neighborhoods. How you get them out? You stop spending your money. I know it's gonna be hard for sisters to stop going to them hair salons and the beauty supply houses, and you know, all I say is find a sister to do your shit. It's probably gonna be better anyway.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you know. And look, I'm not saying, oh, you're going to hell if you do this thing. I'm not making that claim or nothing like that.
No, I know what you're saying, for it's
yeah. Not to
it's just if you don't agree with it, you just don't agree with it and keep it moving. You're not gonna change somebody's mind on the way they feel.
Right. But my thing is though, I think it is pretty hard if we talking about, well, we need to not all black people are on this, but you can let those people go. But if we talking about we need to rebuild our communities, it's pretty hard to do that if you got a white dude or a white girl in the house, you know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. And teaching your children and stuff, you know what I mean?
True.
And like all I'm saying, if you want to do that, then go get an institution first. Yeah, control the institution first, though. You know what I'm saying? Like where you can control the school, somewhere you know that your mind is not going to be like just corrupted or something, or the financial institutions and stuff like that, or something, you know. But anyway, so let me play this because this is to the person who flagged me. You know what I'm saying? This is what this person is caping for. You know what I'm saying? And this is a shame. I don't like to keep playing this sister videos or whatever, but you know. I had to play this one for y'all. Oh, she was Hispanic, by the way. She wasn't a white girl. She was Hispanic. So for those of you who talk about black and brown.
She was an idiot too.
Huh?
She was an idiot too.
Yeah. I don't care what that Mexican girl say.
Somebody flagged me on my channel a few times.
Huh?
It seemed like every chance they got, for real.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's a good
And I
thing
know
though.
I know exactly who did it too.
For yeah, it's a good thing though. Like that means you are doing something right, you know. But this is what this person is pretty much saying. They were like, "Yo, why that brother kept laughing?" And he's laughing for a certain reason. But I want you to see this. This is what you got to look forward to. When at the wedding, you know what I'm saying? Because I know it's okay since it's okay for us to do this. So this is what y'all got to look forward to at the wedding. That's that cave humor. Now, now listen, y'all gonna have to. This is just. I'm sorry we had to go through this, but this is who's gonna be at the cookout. Like, oh well, you know, the biracial child is okay, and you know, just let the aunt or the mom's best friend and all that stuff come to the cookout. This is her. You know what I'm saying? Well, she's sitting there talking about, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But though for you brothers, you know what I'm saying? This is what your mom is doing. The mom is doing over here, you know. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all gotta forgive me for this. Now the problem is, right? Now they be like it's hate or whatever. I'm not. I just not hate, but like I might be talking about one of their moms though. Would I be wrong if I am talking about one of their moms?
Yeah, fo, you'd be wrong.
And there we go. So now there's a problem because if her mom is doing some crazy stuff and now it's wrong for me to talk about her mom, you know what I'm saying? Well, maybe we should have probably drove the line somewhere because if I say something about this mulatto girl, she's black, of course, and her mom is white, and I'm now crossing the line for me to say something about this white mom perhaps exploiting her biracial daughter or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because now I'm crossing the line, right?
You being racist.
I am that is true. That is true. Oh, my bad, y'all. But yo, some people is gonna say I'm reaching on this one, so that's why I'm playing it.
I don't see nothing.
Oh snap! You ain't seen none of that?
No, I can't see nothing.
Dang, I wasn't even sharing it. Yeah, what up, real black gentleman?
Man, what's up, Forecast?
Not much.
What's up, real black?
No, no.
Yeah, what's going on, my brother? How you doing, my brother?
Yeah, man, that's foul. That's foul as fuck. No.
What you were saying?
Yep, I'm
Hey,
good. I'm just
hey, meet the YouTube.
Again, that's foul as fuck. Talking about prison life. Yeah. Oh, my bad. I had the echo on. The Yahoo boy.
Yo, Black, how much you ain't see none of this video right here?
None of it, bro. You wasn't sharing it.
Damn, my bad. This was about a white mom. That's why I was asking you a question. If I talk about somebody's mom, am I exploiting them? Because I was showing how she was doing
Positive
this.
affirmation about her loving her
curls. I want my curls.
But then I was
I'm
showing,
kind. I'm kind. I'm confident.
Then I was showing this, how she kind of snapped on her. She,
Okay, tell everybody bye. No, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, all right, bye. She doesn't want to be on camera, so we got to go. Bye. Sorry. It's okay. If you don't want to be on it, that's fine. All right. Bye, y'all. Is it like, oh, my daughter is good. She's good. And she loves doing videos. Back home as we were on vacation and silly. They're not trying to say.
Now she was, now they're accusing this white bitch of using her biracial daughter for views and like forcing her to do stuff that she don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? Now a lot of people saying that she reaching. Now, if I was to say something about this biracial girl mom, would I be wrong for saying that or no?
No, you would. That's exactly what she's doing. She's using the baby to get views and clout.
Yeah. Real black gentleman, you still
Yeah, see, this is why people. Blackness is something that people dabble in and they don't know. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what they're messing with. It's like you can't, it's not a costume. It's not. It's not surface level. I mean, that's once that's understood, you know what I'm saying, nothing else really needs to be said. Everything else is just, you know what I'm saying, expressions of our daily existence, you know what I'm saying, in this world, you know what I'm saying, like people are going to do what people are going to do, you know what I'm saying. I'm not policing no one's, you know what I'm saying. I just see things, I have observations, things cross my mind, you know what I'm saying. I say things. I when the woman does that, you know what I'm saying, she's pimping the child. It's like she's you know what I'm saying, she's trying to make herself seem like she has a connection to her that is you know what I'm saying, it becomes, you know what I'm saying, it's not, I look at it and I don't recognize that as me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's that's all. I mean, I look at it and I'm just shaking my head. I'm just thinking like everything that goes into, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, not to denigrate no one's humanity, and I get that. It's one of those things where you can't capitalize, on the blackness in more ways than one. You have to be lowercase black. You know what I'm saying? You lowercase black, bro up here. You know what I'm saying? In the upper right here, he uppercase black. And he can be uppercase black. I'm uppercase black. But once we start, you know what I'm saying, you lowercase black, you know what I'm saying, half as often. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you know what I'm saying, just be you know what I'm saying, and claim your people or whatever. But it's always about that emphasis about being black. But it's not the same, dude. Your blackness ain't claiming a root in Africa naturally. You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole point. I said, you know what I'm saying, mulattoes, they didn't snatch up mulattoes off the African coast. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's different. The whole the nature of the peoples mixing in Africa all throughout antiquity has created, you know what I'm saying, it is when we're talking about existential blackness and the relationship to Africa, the mulatto becomes a wedge. And once the mulatto knows that, you know what I'm saying, the old saying, the axe goes into the forest and the tree says, look, he is one of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I mean, that's the conundrum, because it's one of those things that is, people are unconscious of it, because you can be absolutely have no kind of like African consider any kind of thinking. You grow up and you go through life, and it's just like, okay, I meet this woman, she's white, I'm black. I'm a man, she's a woman. Okay, we have things in common. And like, you know what I'm saying, she's pregnant, and it's like, okay, there's this baby, it's like it's a mix of us, and it's light skin, it's like, okay, it's like, then it's like, depending if whether it's a man, a boy, or a girl, it's wildly different. And I'm just saying that I don't want to ramble on that, but once you get into that, then you just get into, how would I say it? Depending on where you are and how you grow up, it's going to be all kinds of mess. If you wind up being in a predominantly white area, you'll just be that, you know what I'm saying? And another thing, even to say the term mulatto, kind of it kind of alludes to a time in a cultural condition, because I mean, mulatto is a Spanish word, so that is I mean, the French, I don't know if the French had a similar term, but I'm just saying in hard technicality, you know what I'm saying? Like when we talk about mulatto, we're talking about a Spanish term in a way that Spain interacted with the Africans. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, again, it's the same thing in a way. Again, I should probably look that up even more to even kind of like, we could talk about, the various, but again, knowing that that's from a European lens when we even use those terminologies, you know what I'm saying? Because in Africa, just the nature of Africa meant that it's like, especially in West Africa, I mean, everyone there was black. I mean, the mixed people were like far, far up north, you know what I'm saying? Even on the East Coast, it's like, you know what I'm saying? The white, the lighter is always all the way up. I mean, even then, there's still a lot of black people in the Nile. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the nature of the mixing. It's such a. I'm not saying that once you do that, once you understand, you then are. It can be, I suppose, from that perspective, you see more things. But you know what I'm saying? Like I say, you can be from the black perspective, from my perspective, you can't be on the inside of blackness. You have to be out there on your post, out there, and make sure no one comes through. And even then, I can't necessarily trust you to be anything like that unless you prove hard daily things where your engagement in life, you get some of that rubbed off on you. And that's, you know what I'm saying, that's you might be good in one location, but you're not good somewhere else, and you can claim that. But I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I'm black, and I know I am. I don't have to I'm not going to necessarily, you know what I'm saying, like cam up all like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I'm black, right? I'm, huh?
I said, no, yeah, you don't gotta do that. But
okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not gonna. I'm not here to like use hard mathematics. Like if because of what happened in the past, where it's like you know what I'm saying, relations happen. And I'm saying a brother had you know what I'm saying, just threw a fast stat up there saying, like, you know what I'm saying, 15 to 20% of most black people might have some European. So it's like, you know what I'm saying, it's a very, you know what I'm saying, that's 5-6 generations ago, right? And the idea that still back then on this American plantation, that the black folks, you know what I'm saying, from the white perspective, because they had the power and the guns and the way to corral people, and a lot because they organized us. You know what I'm saying? We weren't, you know.
Yeah, but yeah, let me say this though,
Yeah.
because and the thing is, you know, because people keep making it don't even have to be a historical thing. Like, you have to draw. I'm talking about right here, right now. You have to draw the line. We know where we stand at right now, and we know that we don't have no industry. We don't control, like, well, there are schools, you know what I'm saying, but we don't control school systems. We don't make policy. We know that we have to draw the line in the sand right now. And if you don't believe that you don't have no allies, you know, at this point in the game, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Now, I do show some of this stuff to, like, troll the people or whatever, and like who got a problem with it. But even, like, you don't have to go back into, like, the past, like, you know, like, maybe there wasn't a word, but like maybe maybe there should be now a word for that, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, historically, black people may have been like, yo, you are what your father, or you are what your mother, or whatever their culture may have been, you know what I'm saying? But now there is a different time, you know what I'm saying, because we are dealing with something that has never been solved before. So now we have to start doing the things that we have to do, and it's not because I hate somebody else, is because that I know that I don't want to be in this position no more. And I hope that y'all don't want to be in this position no more. So what do we have to do? Work together. And on top of that, you know, I would want my child to look like me. So I would probably get somebody, you know, who is the same as me, you know what I'm saying? Because I want my kid to look like me on top of that. But you know, I don't like, you know, just like to you don't even have to go into, like, the historical points, you know what I'm saying? Because right now, like, we wasn't at the position that we was back then, you know what I'm saying? Now we are. You got to adjust, and you know what I'm saying? It's okay to determine who you are and who is in your group, and to draw the line where you want to, and not let somebody else draw the line for you. You know what I'm saying? And that's really my point with that. Like, and people get offended when I be like, you know, mulatto people, mixed people, whatever, biracial, whatever you want to call them. I say mulatto because, you know what, they say N-word,
Yeah. I'm
you know.
not tripping about that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, they get offended by that. That's why I mean, not you. I know you don't get offended by that. They get offended by the word mulatto. And I use that word, but they use the N word, and black people get offended by that. So, you know, it is what it is. And I use the word Indian and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But, like, you're going to have to draw the line, because especially how other cultures use it, they even use it in a different way than you. You thinking love and family and stuff. They thinking like, well, let me plant my seed here so that my children have a claim to your land and stuff. Like they use it as warfare. We use it as love, you know. And I think that we have historically have loved, you know what I'm saying, and our philosophy has been love, you know. And I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying maybe you should add some discernment into the love, you know. But
this whole idea, like, you know, the old saying, like, back in the day, like, when we heard English, we used to run the other way. Now we hear, you know what I'm saying, we hear English and we run. We generations, it's like 5, 6, 7. I mean, some of us have people who have been here since the 1600s. I mean, there are some. I mean, and just when you look at the tree, you can see the branches of the tree come together across the ocean and then form you here. And you know what I'm saying? Some of us still, you know, everyone is different. You know what I'm saying? When people talk about, like, you know, I've heard the saying, like, you know, saying like Black Americans are like the true, like, Pan Africans, because in all of us, we have in us a unique blend of the peoples who are brought over here. You know what I'm saying? Very, very, it was brutal. You know what I'm saying? We were bred in a lot of ways, and that breeding was grotesque, right? You know what I'm saying? We are made of a little bit. Each of us are a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? And because of that, when we come together, we all carry a piece of Africa in a way. We're all trying to figure out, and through our progeny, we all are able to carry more pieces. You know what I'm saying? It's like how you know what I'm saying? The whole, like, I could be like 1% of, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The distribution of where I am, where my people that I can relate to back on is the geographical spread is amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a little bit of all of that, and we all have a little bit of a different mix. And like, the more of it that you have, it's like, oh my goodness, it's like that to me, that's the whole point. The more of it that I have in me makes me feel, and the thing is, I can feel a bit of arrogance to a degree, just like, okay, I have a little bit, but that doesn't, when I look back on my position, yeah, I might have a whole bunch of that away from where it needs to be. But at the same time, where I am, how do I again bring these pieces to my people, and like, okay, let's build a little piece of Africa over here. And that's kind of what we do. It's like we I mean, I don't know if you've seen the picture of when Tulsa got burned, and they called it Little Africa. You know what I'm saying? This is back in the 1920s. So like, we never, this is not, it's like, I hear people say this, and I know that, look, I can sit here and talk about America and what I can do here, and like, why I don't want to necessarily give up on it, but you know what I'm saying? I got a plan B, for real, for real, for real. It's called Plan Black. Like, if things go to hell, I gotta think about, you know, radical circumstances, right? So like, you know what I'm saying? I always looked at the world and always keep my world view wide and stuff.
Yeah. So yo, I'm gonna let cause I'm gonna let Black get in, cause I wanna you know, kind of and then we're gonna go through, I'm gonna skip some of it and then finish up. Black, you wanna say something, or you know, you there, Black? I think my brother stepped away, but you can jump in, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, so yeah, I'm gonna just go skip a few more, because I don't want to get too far off of it, you know what I'm saying? Because you know that's gonna go to something else, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just finish with this part, you know, because and you know what, the answer to all of this stuff that I would say, well, you know, Black women do it too, but you know, that's the sick mentality that we have, you know what I'm saying? But so you know, this is a white mother being racist to a Black woman in front of her biracial daughter. You know what I'm saying? For those of you brothers who think that that's not possible.
Because I'm saying that she's black and ghetto. Really? That's what I said. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Y'all, I am fucking speechless and disgusted. Get a good look at this pale lady's face. Because she missed her flight, she made a fucking scene, taking it out on this Black queen who is working and her own mixed daughter. She's calling the Black worker ghetto.
None of y'all should damn be here. So what am I supposed to do next? Are you going to give me the instructions or not? Show what you are.
Oh, just keep watching.
Do you see this? This is the example that you get from people that are supposed to be Europeans. You're ghetto ass.
You hear what she said? Y'all hear what this pale ass lady said to her beautiful Black daughter? This is the example your people said, your colored people be ghetto. Who the fuck is this lady? This person is taking her frustrations out.
Now, don't y'all think it's like crazy that a racist white bitch can give birth to a Black child? You don't think that's weird at all?
On her Black child. I cannot imagine what goes on behind closed doors. How fucking disgusting. Get a good look at her face. Who the fuck is this lady, and who does she think she is? That poor daughter. I really hope she has.
All right, so I'm gonna skip some of these other things, you know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna play this last one, right? Because that's what you got to look forward to after. And I'm just not all about the dudes, you know what I'm saying? So let me play this one.
And at a loss for words, April Sadler left devastated after her twin 12-year-old daughters, Heaven and Neva, were killed.
To receive bodies back, 2 bodies back, that's not right.
Navarro County Sheriff's deputies say their father, Larry Thompson, killed the girls and turned the gun on himself.
What made him do that? Or if he did it?
It happened on Thursday at this house on County Road 3360 in Frost.
They were some good kids.
April says the girls lived there with their father, his wife, and her children. Deputies say Thompson's wife called police after she got into an argument with him and left the house with her children.
They haven't reached out to me to give me any answers of what was going on in that house.
When deputies arrived, they say Thompson was armed with a gun and said he would harm the children if anyone would take them from him. Deputies say Thompson's mom was inside the house with her son and the twin girls trying to calm him down. They say when she walked out of the house, she heard 2 gunshots. Virtle Sadler Nance, the twins' grandmother,
Said they were precious kids and I'm gonna miss them.
saying that Thompson adored the girls.
Them girls were wonderful. They were beautiful. And I'm gonna miss them. They was always hugging and kissing on me.
Virtle would see the girls twice a month.
They were my heart.
In Frost, I'm Malini Basu.
Child Protective Services says they've never been called to the house. The Texas Rangers are also involved in the investigation, and we just pray.
Now, before we say anything, there was a brother who went camping or hunting or something with his white girlfriend and ended up in the rapids. You know what I'm saying? There was a brother who had the supermodel white girl and she slaughtered him like while on camera and like didn't get arrested for like months. And sounded like this dude wasn't like, they was hesitating on arresting him after killing his own children or something. You know what I'm saying? And you know, you definitely got to do more research on this story. But I don't know, man. Do y'all want to say something about this one? Because that's the last. I'm gonna skip the rest of that, and I gotta say one last thing before I close out with that.
Yeah, boy,
Go ahead,
you gotta
bro.
have some hatred in you to kill your own kids because they got black in them. Yeah, it's a lot of them stories out there like that, like the one that strangled his daughter to death. It happens a lot. But like, what was this guy that was down in Florida? I think he was a Nigerian guy. Some white broad stabbed him up and then was out clubbing that weekend. Yeah. And choose your poison, I guess.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, I mean, you look. That's your baby is that's 20 to life. Like you gotta you.
No,
Life is.
he smoked himself after he killed his 2 daughters.
No, I don't mean about. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about in terms of like when you commit to a woman. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is, and like you said it right. He killed them because they had black in them. There's no other excuse for why he did that. He couldn't live with himself in order to do that. I don't think that he could. He if he was mad at her, nah. I mean, that's the white man's MO. If he can't have it, you can't have it either. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, and I would say I don't know if because you know, like white dudes kill white kids all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like white on white crime is definitely a real thing. You know, and that's why I can't say he did it. But maybe he did. I can't say he didn't. I can't say.
But they were twins, though. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, it's sick, you know, and that's not to say that there is no, but like, let's not act like, you know, because I know we like to be like, well, only black men do this and because our communities have this sickness in our head. And that's why we make a lot of excuses. And then a lot of the people that make these excuses is also the people who also have nothing but negative stuff to say about black women or nothing but negative stuff to say about black men. But you won't hear them say anything negative about anybody else, you know. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of these people, especially the person who tried to block me, I'm pretty sure that, you know what I'm saying, they would do the same thing, you know. And they would say, well, black men ain't this or black women ain't this and only talk about black women. But then you talk about a white woman, they're either quiet, you know what I'm saying, or they're going to find some kind of excuse, you know what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure that the dude who reported me either got a white mom that's like this, you know what I'm saying, and he's seen it and it's hurting him, or he's dated one like that and it hurts him to see it. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, let's not act like we are our own worst enemy, because our enemies have done this to us and got you thinking that way and controlling your mind, you know what I'm saying, and thinking that they can give birth to one of you. Like when you let anybody be able to give birth to one of you, then you have been severely compromised. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, black people was on the thing where like on some tribe. Yo, no, they blocked, they tried to get at me. They blocked that video we was on. You got ripped off. And that's the only reason why I'm dressing it. Because they put a strike on my channel. And then but it's like, I challenged it. So, you know what I'm saying? But that's why I'm here to let them know that it's not hate speech. You know what I'm saying? It's actually anti-black to say that. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about hate when I'm saying you have to have two black parents. What is your issue with a black man and a black woman getting together, having a child, and you're telling me that that's hate speech? What is it in your heart that makes you feel this way? You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to ask yourself. And a lot of them have displayed this, and y'all might have not liked what I played, but that's what they have to look forward to. They gonna have to date them because the girl like, oh, I know that, oh, I can control you, and I just want your genes. And then during the wedding, the drunk white girl, racist white girl family and friends is gonna ruin that. And then, of course, the white girl is going to, snap out when there's an issue, and then, so I just had to give him or her their life coming to them, you know what I'm saying, what they got to look forward to. So, y'all have to forgive me for that. But y'all want to say something? I want to say one last thing, and I'm gonna get off this topic. It's not about this topic. So y'all want to say something about that, or before I go on?
No, I mean, it's like, again, I
Hey.
mean, if you're a black man,
Hey, hold on. Let Black go, because he been kind of, and then I'm gonna let you go, and then we gonna go.
I'm gonna drop this quote on you real quick, and then you can close it out. No, this is not my statement. This is Dr. John Henry Clark's statement in dealing with the bastard child called the mulatto that's confused and don't know whether to be faithful to his mother's side of the family or his father's side of the family.
Yeah, and if they actually throw their mom under the bus, like, can you actually trust them if they throw their mom or their dad under the bus? Could they like, what would they do to me? Like, and you putting them in confounding positions, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, it was that joint. Yeah, somebody labeled it hate speech. So but go ahead, real black gentleman.
It's the whole nature of how black people were before we even came here. Like, you can understand the gradations. If you look at a map, you can see where peoples are, right? You can see the real dark people, right below the Sahara. Then there's the Sahara. Now a lot of people, you got the Amazigh, a lot of light skinned people, still some like lighter. Then you go into Spain. You know what I'm saying? You still have your like brunettes in Italy and Greece and stuff, and then you all the way up to the Nordics, where you have your blonde hair and all that stuff. What the thing is, the whole technology about the whole blending of races is knowing that a lot of those Mediterranean people tend to have a little bit more Africanness in them, so they'll try to like blend in again the Italians and the Jews and kind of blend them in with the black people because they have kind of dark hair, and so the whole thing of just European white folks and African black people. Nah, look. As soon as you like, you cannot put people in. You cannot put once you put that milk in that coffee, it's coffee in name only. It's not what it is intended to do, man. I mean, it's like you cannot even putting a little bit of sugar in it, yo. It's like, if we want to call and it's not even, that's a terrible analogy, but like people are like, our culture, that whole culture goes back to Africa, and I mean, I hate to say that you've created a the identity becomes really, again, it's just incredibly when we're away, you know what I'm saying, from home and stuff, and like we have rank people on our ranks being created and born, that again, that's the whole point. I mean, it's like you have these white people out, you have all these white people out here. It's amazing. Oh my goodness. I mean, I don't want to speak. If I speak too much on it, I feel too harsh, and I know what's going on, but like, there's a lot going on with black identity that's being toyed with. and being, dragged from pillar to post and experimented on. I mean, you'll have these the Sean Kings and whatnot. I mean, with that they'll put on this aesthetic that resembles an actual real one from the source, right? That I'm black, and they'll capitalize and they'll express it with the assertiveness. It's the tone and tenor of blackness, yo. It's something that is not just on the surface, yo. That comes from the bellows. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna yield on that. I'm gonna say this. I didn't even know about this until about like 40 minutes in. Like, YouTube is messing with the notifications. Like, it a lot of times, like, they won't actually, I've just noticed this on a couple channels. Like, I would see a lot of your programs, and then I didn't see this one until like 40 minutes after. This is wild. I'm gonna yield on that. Thanks for letting me talk, bro.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, I'm super blacklisted on this jump, but I'm surprised that's why I'm surprised they took the strike off. You know what I'm saying? I want y'all to know that whatever you say, they probably are listening, and I really don't care, because I'm not saying nothing wrong, and they can come on here too, and if they want to disprove what I'm saying, but they practice it better than we do. So I'm trying to teach us. They know the answers, we don't. And my point of all of that was, it may have been left field, but my point is, if you still talking about I hate somebody when I'm saying, mulatto or whatever, you know what I'm saying, then I'm just gonna have to assume that you're like anti-black, because I'm talking about like, black people being together and like we realizing that we don't have no other choice, you know what I'm saying? There is no illusion of inclusion, because it's just an illusion, you know what I'm saying? Because you're not really included. I don't know how many statistics, whatever you need to figure that out. So if you be like, yo, it's hate, I'm just know that it's really coming from your place of anti-blackness, you know what I'm saying? So that's that, you know what I mean? But so, and the reason that we do have to do this, and it's important that our people know this more than anything, not nobody else, because I don't care about anybody else. And anything that I say is only really to black people. So I don't really care if anybody else get offended. And if black people get offended, I'm gonna say it, I'm gonna try to be like, address it, or talk to you about it, or whatever the right word for that is, But everything that I only say is to black people and for a specific reason, you know what I'm saying? And there is a way that you can do this, you know what I'm saying, without in a positive way, and the reason why you have to do this is why I show it, you know what I'm saying, because and I'm probably lost on this one. All right, so yeah, in the mass shooter sentence, right? Let me show y'all this.
You gonna come to our city and decide you don't like black people. Man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
Now, see, one of them had the right reaction, and maybe he waited in a very bad time, a very bad spot. But you don't have to tell nobody that you're human. You know what I'm saying? We can stop. We can take off our "I am a man" shirt. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. Take it off. You know what I'm saying? You don't, and that's another reason why I be talking about the differences in races, because it literally is, you know what I'm saying, differences in whatever. And the problem is, a lot of us have been whitewashed, because they be like, different means better or worse. Different just means different. And I am being me. Of course, I'm going to say, like, yeah, I like to have better health and better cognitive abilities and a stronger skeletal thing, and come from areas where you get lots of sun, and I can go to the beach and have on a nice day, and I have to put cream on my skin and stuff like this, you know what I'm saying? But the thing that I don't want to say is, I love everybody and I am a human, and let me teach everybody how to be human and love each other, because nobody else is on this. Is about being able to protect, and I have to say it this way, being able to protect yourself and your children and, you know what I'm saying, your legacy and your beliefs and your spirituality and your God and your spookism, be able to protect your own spookism, you know what I'm saying? And in reality, what I want to say is, it's only one person, and of course we tried to share with everybody, and this is why I keep talking about going back. We tried to share with everybody and we lost. Okay, you know what I'm saying? People was like, yo, it can only be one person on the top, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's like, yo, I'm fighting for that. We like, yo, we can hold hands and all stand at this point on the top, which is not true. And you can take off this I am a man shirt and be like, yo, I am, and just say I am, you know what I'm saying? Since we spooked out, just say I am. But all right, so yo, my bad, y'all.
Like black people, man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do My nephew said Cat was a saint among sinners. My sister Catherine Nancy was a great person. Cat didn't hurt anybody.
And people could say this is fake, you know what I'm saying, or whatever they want to say, and they may have a point if like the last like 700 years hadn't happened like in a row, and this has been the constant tone and the voice reflection of like a crying high pitch, like please don't, and yes sir. I mean, like yo, like if the last 700 years hadn't happened, then maybe you can make that argument. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, the last 700 years have been able to happen because I'm gonna just not say that.
That ain't fair to shit. You gonna come to our city and decide you don't like black people. Man, you don't know a damn thing about black people. We're human. We like our kids to go to good schools. We love our kids. We never go in no neighborhoods and take people out. Don't do it.
I mean, why do you think they be in your neighborhoods, your chats, your conversations, your phone calls, your Skype meetings? They want to listen and learn. They know when they can come up and be like, and tell you a conspiracy theory that black people is gonna roll with and slip in. Well, one of your heroes is actually fake, right? And then you can be like, well, he was right about all of these several, because that's how it works. Half truths, and like they tell you something that and it works in every kind of aspect. They done studied you medically, like experimenting on you, cut you open while you alive, wait till after you're dead, whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? They've studied you in every single aspect. And you don't have to sit there and tell them that you will want your kids to go to good schools. You fought them to go to their schools for 60 years. They know that, you know what I'm saying? And they're still telling you that critical race theory is banned, and we still like do nothing about it but go to the courtrooms and say, please, 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 you know what I'm saying? I am a man, I am a woman, I am human. Yo, y'all want to say something?
No, go ahead, folks.
Yeah, I mean, no, that wasn't fake. He did what he did, man. I mean, he made his engagement, and I just want to say, you know what I'm saying, to the brother, you know what I'm saying, who sacrificed his life, you know what I'm saying, when he engaged that man, the security guard, you know what I'm saying, he did what he had to do. Always remember, just because he did that took precious time and attention away from anyone else in that store that beast could have gotten that. That's all I gotta say, man.
Yeah, and when I say the last 700, I'm talking about the women sitting there saying what she's saying. That's been our tone this whole time, like crying over bodies, bro. Like straight bodies, and I'm like, enough casualties has got to be enough at some point. You know what I'm saying? And do you know what is that bit like? It was a white boy who was able to get like millions of dollars scamming off of this Buffalo shooting, you know what I'm saying? And the family fought him over this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I'll talk about it on another time, but I talked about it before. But just because he was like, yo, he was there for the black community, we opened our doors and let him in, just like we let this other dude in, and y'all saw that whole thing play out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna skip this one, right? I don't know if y'all saw this. Tyrese got into it with the and at Home Depot, and he also had the same tone that black men have had in the history of America. Like, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, please don't do this. This is wrong. Blah blah blah. So yeah, Tyrese has got his call, you know. But so let me play this one though. You know what I'm saying? I guess this one is not as relevant, even though it is. I thought I had the right one, but I don't. I think this is it. No. Yeah, this is it here.
I never get
My
tired.
bad.
Member of the Biden regime would dare to go to this portion of Ohio and breathe in the air because they know it's dangerous.
Now, we've been talking about our water issues, you know what I'm saying, and how to solve our issues, you know what I'm saying. Now, I want you to see probably how these groups solve their issues of their like environmental issues, because there's too many of us drinking some poisonous water. And as a community, you know, like we got to start from the basics before we can get to square 100. We got to start from square one. You know what I mean? And you got to get people like, I got to eat tonight. Yo, my brother MD2 said it. You know, I might listen to Elijah Muhammad next week, and I may not even eat pork. But if I'm hungry tonight, then I'm going to find something to eat. You know what I'm saying? And it may be pork, you know. But listen, like there was a toxic explosion, you know what I'm saying? And I want you to see how other groups of people handle this kind of stuff.
They know that it is actively poisoning the citizens of Eastern Ohio. So why is it that they kind of shrug their shoulders and they say, oh, yeah, okay, whatever? It's very simple. It's because the war on white people continues.
Oh, that's what it is. I almost forgot. It was the war on white people that's going on in the country.
Working class voters in Eastern Ohio. You haven't cared about them in other reasons or other portions, and I will prove it to you. If this train derailment happened in downtown Atlanta, in the densely populated black neighborhoods, this would be the #1 news story. It would be Flint water crisis 2.0. There would be clamor.
Now, let me tell you something. The Flint water crisis has been 12, 14, 15 years, and it is still a water crisis in Flint. You know what I'm saying? The Alabama problem is 30 years old. Like, yo, it's people that's been other generations, and I learned, well, yeah, that's been a thing. This is, and it's not just some explosion, you know what I'm saying? This is something like, it may be them not putting the money or the resource. They're taking your tax money, but it may not be them putting the whatever into it. You know what I'm saying? And even the black people that we represent, because I know that a lot of us, especially the older generation, be like Democrats, Republicans, and blah, 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 as if any of them care anything about any of us. They don't even care about them. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to like how you solve your environmental issues, you got to get on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure your people aren't drinking like whatever by any means necessary. You know what I'm saying?
And activism and talks for reparations.
So another big lie about, you know, if this happens in black neighborhoods, then
Palestine is overwhelmingly
No,
white and it's politically
it's the wrong one, but that's whatever.
conservative. More than 70% of the voters in the surrounding counties supported Donald Trump in the last election. That shouldn't be relevant, but as you're about to hear.
All right, it's the wrong one, so I'm gonna skip it anyway. So check this one out, though. You know what I'm saying?
called the neo-Nazi Bonnie and Clyde, the misfits accused of plotting to plunge the city of Baltimore into darkness. The FBI says Brandon Russell and Sarah Clendaniel plan to open fire on electrical substations around Baltimore and lay waste to America's 29th largest city, which is 62% black.
Aiming to, quote, completely destroy this whole city.
Their aim to spark chaos and a race war.
Clendaniel said she was determined to do this. She added, it would lay this city to waste.
Russell and Clendaniel met during stints in prisons. She was doing time for holding up convenience stores with a machete. He was serving 4 years for having bomb-making equipment.
Now, talking about how in the hell did a dude meet a woman in prison? Right? I don't know what they're talking about. But, you know, it's whatever. I guess that's another thing.
Russell and Clendaniel met during stints in prisons. She was doing time for holding up convenience stores with a machete. He was serving 4 years for having bomb-making equipment. They corresponded and actually talked about having a baby together. They belong to a neo-Nazi terror group called Atomwaffen Division. They worship Adolf Hitler and Nazi-loving monster Charles Manson.
Yeah, now they will tell you whatever, but I would say that, you know what I'm saying, learn how to shoot a rifle. There is a special place in the home of every black home for a rifle, and that home includes a black mother and a black father, by the way.
4 years for bomb making equipment? Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder what that equipment was, you know.
Hey, but as far as like a lot of these train derailments and a lot of these attacks on the infrastructure, a lot of that is going on. A lot of it's going on in the and honestly, it's white folks doing it ironically in the name of going green to like not have like chemicals and not have like, you know what I'm saying, like white environmentalists, you know what I'm saying, who are on that stuff are going out and they're doing this stuff. See, it's the full spectrum. It's left and right that is going after, you know what I'm saying, the whole like grid and stuff. This is what white people can do in their free time. Can go and like, you know, do some Joker shit on niggas. That's I'm just, man.
No, I feel you on that.
This is something like the Dark Knight.
Yo, I feel you on that, but
It's
that's
not new though, bro.
Yeah, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
McVeigh.
Right. But that's the point though. In a system that is literally built for them, right? They are willing to take a stand or do something.
Yeah, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's what they did to Tulsa and a lot of black communities. They just basically, you know what I'm saying, blew up the town. So, you know what I'm saying? That's no surprise that, you know, individuals can do that.
You got to look at the stock they come from. You know, they didn't send their best over here. They emptied the prisons. So the apple don't fall far from the tree. They always been violent like that.
Yeah, but you know, and that's what I'm saying though. But that's what we have to even realize though. Like they are, you know,
that's what'll stop that.
Right. But and the problem is though, you know what I'm saying, and, you know, and this is in a society where is made for them, you know what I'm saying, but whatever their beliefs are, they are willing to stand on that. But here it is, your children are exploited in every single possible way. And I just say your children because that should be where you absolutely draw the line. You should draw a line with yourself, but with your children. And we can't even not watch basketball or football, you know what I'm saying? And they can you do whatever we can say they did this and did that for like, and they have whatever, but you also have the ability to just not watch basketball. But we can't even do that while our children are being exploited, and they're in a system that is built for them. You know what I'm saying? And then we wonder why we are, you know, where we are. You know what I'm saying? Well, all right, I'll play the rest of it though.
Having bomb-making equipment. They corresponded and actually talked about having a baby together. They belong to a neo-Nazi terror group called Atomwaffen division.
Floor now!
They worship Adolf Hitler and Nazi-loving monster Charles Manson. Propaganda videos show them training for civil war. That's Sarah Clendaniel in the group's trademark skeleton face mask, posing with an automatic rifle. She claimed to be battling terminal kidney disease and wanted to accomplish something worthwhile before she died.
They want to collapse social, political, and economic systems through the use of violence because they think that after the collapse of society, there'll be a kind of phoenix-like rebirth, a rise from the ashes into a restored white civilization.
Today, officials are heightening security at electrical substations. There are an estimated 55,000 substations across the country, and they're seen as extremely vulnerable. In fact, experts say just by taking out a handful of key substations could plunge the nation into a blackout.
You can imagine what that would do to hospitals, to people with vulnerable medical equipment. What they want is to harm people, but also to cause chaos.
Now, all right, and let me say this, right? Because, right, the things that can be used for destruction can be used for salvation. You know what I'm saying? And I have to say this, like when people talk about like, yo, nuclear powers and stuff, the first thing you think about is a bomb, but you know what I'm saying? Like, and not just an electrical thing that you run your own stuff off, and making your own. And ironically, that's a bigger threat. To talk about like, things to sustain a society is actually a bigger threat than what you think would be the bigger threat. You know what I'm saying? And if I talk about ways to actually like really like let's talk about how to create an electrical grid or something. You know what I'm saying? That'll get me taken out before me talking about anything else. You know what I'm saying? So I want y'all to understand that before anybody gets scared or anything like that. So I just had to give that announcement because all the things that could be used for negative force could be used for positive force to change the trajectory of it. So I'll say that. But go ahead, y'all. If y'all got something to say.
No, I got nothing to say.
Yeah, the water, the electrical grid you're saying, yeah, that's a practical idea, and it has been done before in the past by people. So yeah, it's some brothers out there that's probably doing that right now. You just don't hear about it.
The you know what I'm saying, the suspicious part of
and water.
Yeah, yeah, like the suspicious part of me thinks that one aspect of the promoting of solar panels is the idea that if you have them and the people who who might black people, if black people don't have them and white people do, they can then shut off all the power and then leave black people, in the case, chaos for a short period of time, and then they can put the lights back on. I'm not big. That's another reason why I always think about everything in the world is not accidental. This world is too connected, and there are too few ideas. A lot of ideas and a lot of stuff is being funneled through. Like it's like these white people in these Davos and all these little world councils and stuff, they already think about stuff, 50 years down the line. So everything that they talk about is something that they already thought about. So like everything that they talk about, I see from both sides. Like anything that they'll do, it's like, how would I say it? Black people can't try to beat them at their own game because solar panels cost a lot. You know what I'm saying? The only thing we can do is just try to like. My whole thing is like, this is why like I think as far for me, like when people talk about this, let me just talk about like my personal, like when we talk about like the right wing, the left wing. Right wing, definitely, serious. I just don't want to sleep on the left. Because the left will do some shit that'll trigger the right. If you don't lock the left down, you won't be able to do anything when the right goes. That's just my personal opinion. I see a lot of left-wing stuff from anything as a trigger for the right. So if as black people, I can sense, because like when black hardcore like reactionary conservatives say stuff, I know that that's just out of place. I know that shit does not affect me, and that can be neutralized. You don't want it to linger, but it's easier for me as a black people. I see the left wing stuff is where black people have the blind spot. That's why all these white people are getting slowly agitated, and it's not because we can't do we aren't able to do. A lot of it's just being able to recognize and having common sense, and then it's just cultural stuff that people do.
Hey,
I mean.
Hey, let me say this, right? Because I gotta say this, and I called this show Unregulated Mentality. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want us to think about anything as like their game or anything like that. Because like no matter how smart you are or like how much you try to whatever, at the end of the day, people are going to have to eat. You know what I'm saying? And like, yo, you're going to need the things that we know like grows out of the ground that we need to eat. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to need that land. You're going to need the resources and stuff like this. Like, and then when you start getting past that point, you're going to want to have like, so you can have your own ready, or you're going to want to send satellites up. You're going to want to, and it's not about their game. It's about you establishing your own thing. Like even in like people talk about like, you know, like I don't want to make it about this, like, but about like capitalism or something. It's not about that. It's about, yo, we need, you know, that we have to build our own community. We know that we have to eat, we have to feed each other, and that's the number one important thing. So like it's like, and of course everybody has started because they got to eat too, you know what I'm saying? And that's the whole point. You're going to have to eat, and maybe you can find different ways to, like, you know what I'm saying, compete and stuff like that. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, like at the intellectual stuff is going to come down to like, yo, this is mine, or this is like, you know, or yours, or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My whole attitude is one of responsiveness, and that's not to react. That's all I can do is like and see the world around me and put myself in a position to you know, I'm gonna play second in chess. You know what I'm saying? I'm black, so like I have to respond and not just react the way, you know what I'm saying. I know what you're saying. Don't play their game, play my game. But unfortunately, my game is to respond to the bullshit that they done put me through. So I just have to be smart enough to outflank it. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I'm saying? That's you know what I'm saying?
It can be done, forecast. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not like we never did it before, because we're not that far removed from our family actually doing that, growing our own crops and cattle. I remember going to my grandma's. Both of my grandmas, they was in the same place. Both of them had fields and cow. One grandma had cows, chickens, ducks, pigs. My other grandma had chickens, had crops in the backyard. So yeah, we can do that. And I remember as a child going with my cousins and my brothers, man, we go find us something to eat if we was hungry. We'll drop a crawfish net somewhere with our poles and a BB gun. You see a bullfrog, you shoot it. You eat some bullfrog legs. Go catch you a couple of fish. Cook you some fish, crawdaddy, bullfrog legs. You good.
Yeah, and and the thing is, you know, and I would say this too, you know, because I understand what you're saying, because we are responding. Like, we didn't start this war. That's the point, you know. That's why I even went through that whole point about, you know, mulatto people and the things that black people love that keep us enslaved. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you know, we know what the enemy is going to do, but at the same time, like, they know what we're going to do, which is nothing, which was what we have been doing for like the last like 60, 70, 80 years, you know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, like, that's like, yo, we have food
Not all of us though, forecast.
yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, we just don't control institutions as a people. We don't have no
That's true.
institutions. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't, like, if they say no CRT in your state and your kid go to the school, like, what are you going to do about it?
But I think, but this is where I think that, again, not to beat up black people, but a lot of our institutions have become, a lot of the institutions that we had, newspapers, radio, everything's being digitized, and black people have not been in the captains of any of that. And so in the 90s and whatnot. So a lot of like hard industries that we used to have, You know what I'm saying? They were swept out from up underneath us. Now, again, we can come back to that. We are trying to, but I feel like we Black people are trying to have this new media or whatnot. I just feel like we're only piggybacking on, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I wish like Black people just had bandwidth in this country. It's like there's no like, I mean, that's something that I suppose, I mean, I'm just saying, just putting it out there in the ether, like, you know what I'm saying, all this bandwidth that they talk about, the FTC, like Black people should have a chunk of that, and we could split it up and branch it up and just have this hard Black channels just on cable, yo. And like, I don't know how, I mean, you know what I'm saying, like there are things in which I suppose new angles of approach, because I suppose if we can't literally have, you know, if it's not feasible or practical to have hard old school FM towers and everything's digital, well, Black people have a right to a voice in that, and so that's the problem. It's like there has to be a way of like, because
But
like
you
the
don't have the
bandwidth
right
is
though.
split up forever. Just, and it's like, how is it that it's just like, I mean, it was like public access, where it's like we're actually able to use the bandwidth.
But real
Like
Black gentlemen,
all the frequencies are in the air around us. It's like,
but real Black gentlemen,
yeah,
what right do you have to use it?
I don't know. I mean, that's the whole point. It's just a way of just. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, this goes back to the whole. I'm coming up with ideas, and I don't have the way of actually doing it. If I had a tinkerer's little workshop, I'd probably be in the stage of doing some of this stuff. But like, you know, just a way of getting back to communication, because, you know, radios are free, and like we could at least with an old school radio, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You would be a Black person on the radio talking, and it's just what it would be. We would not, you could, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We didn't have phones in our cars, but our medium was ours. You could turn the dial and you could hear us. It's like the way of like, that is broken up. And I'm saying that again, like a lot of what we're doing to try to cohese again is a bit reactive. You know what I'm saying? A lot of new technologies lead us by the nose, as it were. It used to be MP3, you know, CDs, MP3s, you know what I'm saying, Blu-ray. All the new technologies are leading Black people by the nose, while we have to like consume new formats and abandon them. A lot of that, I mean, you know, this is a technical, you know what I'm saying, conversation. I'm just saying, like, there has to be a way that we can ground ourselves in a technology that allows us to establish an institution that is actually on the ground and not just kind of ethered out. You know what I'm saying? Which has merit. You know what I'm saying? All of this internet has merit. We just have to find a way of getting it back onto the ground, as it were. I mean,
it takes revenue, bro.
Yeah, it does take revenue. I really wish I did the profit, because again, I'm not a way of selling it to where, you know what I'm saying, I pay for my cable bill, so it's like something where it's just like naturally, like, already I'm paying for the Black bill. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like, yo, you're not paying your Black bill. You know what I'm saying? You're not paying your Black, where it's like somehow already kind of like, I don't know. I mean, people are trying, but the Black dollar is nowhere. It's like only 2%. And I mean, anyone who, like a Byron Allen, someone who's trying to like get into like telecommunications is not easy. I mean,
but
you know,
like, no, I think you like kind of making it like you going from like, yo, like, that's what I'm saying. Like you're at like step 50. We're not at 1 yet. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. My problem is like I can sit here and write it down and draw the schematic. It's like I know how to get there from here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's my whole attitude. Yeah,
but you can't go anywhere without taking the first step, though. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't get to the 50th step without the first. And if you can't get to the first step, then, you know what I'm saying, like the 50th don't even matter. And the first step has been obviously pretty hard, you know. But I'm gonna let you keep going. But Black Magus came on here.
Hey, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna let him talk if he wants to. I'm gonna yield.
Yeah, I'm just gonna come back and then tell everybody.
I know I'm not gonna be long. I'm just thoroughly enjoying what I'm hearing Real Black Gentlemen express. Like like how you said you said that you're not being reactionary. What was the word that you used?
responsive, to
Responsive.
respond. Or I'm thinking about, you know what I'm saying, like the word prospond. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to respond, you want to prospond. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got to use jargon and like use the language. The language, the prefixes and the roots are like building blocks. You know, we say things, figures of speech, we repeat them as a young child. You have to sometimes slow down and not think about what we're saying. We want to be responsive, to respond. Don't react, respond. Not necessarily. I'm not saying be responsible,
No, I
because
get what you're saying.
you don't have to claim responsibility for some shit that is not yours. But you do need to respond accordingly. When someone does something wrong to you, you respond. You don't react. You respond. That's that term. That term itself has strength. You're sponsoring yourself about what you need to do.
So you know what's better than being everything that you just explained? To be proactive, to put yourself in a situation, to put yourself in place where you never have to be in those type of situations in the first place. And that's what we're supposed to be getting to. And I kind of hear that semblance of that coming from the brother Black, when he was talking about, we're not too far removed from those things. And like, if we just, again, practice the things that we know work, we can get back to that. And that puts us in that proactive instead of a reactionary response. But when you talked about Byron Allen, right, and when you talked about the radio waves and everything like that, there was a company, white company, named Locast, LOCAST. They were out for about, I'd say, somewhere between 3 to 5 years. They did exactly what you said, brother. They did exactly what you said. They picked up those free radio frequencies that are always broadcasting, and they used that to give people free television, free digital television. I know, because I had the service for a while. Just 2 years, a year and a half ago, they lost their court battle. Big tech beat them out. I didn't read too much into the story, but it only reminded me again of Byron Allen, right? Who you brought up. And I don't think that we study some of these things, right? When we study these cases, we actually see that sometimes our people have cases and they don't even have a fighting chance in the things that they do. Well, let me rephrase that. They have a fighting chance, but they don't put up a good fight. And when you look at that, you have to study, why would somebody take something to court and then play a weak game, right? We have to remember that anything that becomes court law becomes the lay of the land. And so when Byron Allen went through to try this, who was it, Xfinity and a couple of other giants who tried to say that he said they were monopolizing and not allowing other people, to get in. Well, you should have had a strong, solid game. You should have had the Johnny Cochran of television mogul talk, but he didn't have that, and he lost. I didn't look into that case. I would tell you that, because I disconnected from TV in 2015. But Byron Allen, the name I know, because I know he's a Becky chaser. He's married to one. I don't know if they have any kids, and I gotta say kids because they ain't black. So
They
those
black.
are
They
kids.
black niggas.
They not black. They not black. And sometimes we have to look at, sometimes these people get these laws on the book only to further their cause of saying why you can't get in. They make it that much harder to say why you can't get in, because once it's on the book, then all they got to do is say, hey, before you even go to trial, this was already tried and such and such and such and such. Here goes the court document. Supreme Court signed off on it. Yeah, you need to come at a different avenue. And so when we do that, right, when they do that, now we have to now produce lawyers who are able to read over that law, see what's actually legal, get things to go back to be appealed and stuff like that. But here's the thing, where are our lawyers to do that? Are we raising people properly to take up this fight? See, we're talking about ourselves right now. I just turned 40 this week, and I'm being charged to do
Happy
something.
birthday, bro.
Madase, brother, Madase. I'm being charged to, you know, the same ethic of each one teach one, and the younger millennials, the Generation Z. I can't remember what they call after Generation Z. But those are supposed to be the people who I'm going after, who I'm targeting, who I'm, you know, trying to help them to understand, like, yo, we got to be doing something, and we have to be doing it together, because these people are collapsing society as you know it, and you're going to go home one day and you're not going to be able to leave out of your house, or you're not going to be able to turn on a TV, or you're not going to be able to eat. There's going to be something that you enjoyed that you thought was a freedom, but it was never a freedom because you always only had a dependency on somebody else to provide you with something else. And the moment people really realize that our natural independence has been stripped away and replaced by dependency, that's when people will really realize the things that we must work on to get back. And so when I hear you brothers on here, and that, let me tell you, I I do visit a couple of podcasts, but I enjoy coming here because I hear younger people talking. I hear the younger millennials. I hear the Generation Zs, and it warms my heart because here I am thinking, you know, people your ages aren't doing these things, because I'm only focused on those who I see in my age group and those who I see putting in the work, you know, older than me. So when I look at how we try to come at the younger generations, it's like, man, it's hard. Nobody wants to read. Nobody wants to listen. Nobody believes that there's elders anymore. Everybody wants to go their own way, and I don't blame them. Look at the society that you grew up in. You know, and same thing with me. But I always had elders in my corner. I can say that indefinitely. But the society that you grow up in, it strips all of that away. It tells you do it on your own. It gives you the rap music. It gives you the drugs. It gives you all of that. Right, as Malcolm said, gives you the drugs, but then lock you up for it. Gives you the liquor, but then locks you up for it. But we don't see that happens to the other race. We only see it happening to our race, so that they can again get you into the jails, enact the 13th Amendment, where you are a legal slave. Like, that's the same thing they did right after emancipation. They here goes emancipation. Okay, get off our plantations. Those who secretly cut those deals with their slave monsters said, "Hey, let us stay here. Let us, you know, continue to wipe your floors and help you out." And those people later on became the boule. But then those of us who left, if you happen to not have anything and you slept on the streets, remember, this country enacted vagrant laws. It's ironic how they enacted these vagrant laws back as soon as they, you know, let our ancestors off the plantations. But yet, when we look at the vagrant laws now, tell me how many homeless people have you seen in your own city, and nobody does anything to lock them up, because they know those people want to be locked up. They want three hots and a cot. That's exactly what they want. But when it was our ancestors, what was it? Free slavery. And that's all that they're trying to do again. Any single thing that they possibly can to get free slavery, which is what this country is built off of. So I just wanted to give you brothers your props, man. I'm really enjoying what I'm hearing, and I'm gonna just fall back and continue to listen to y'all, man.
I appreciate you, Black Magus. Go ahead, Black, and then Real Black Gentleman.
Don't worry about these young ones out here. I'll be listening to some of them over on Twitter. Hey, they brilliant, bro, and they heading in the right direction. So yeah, uh, some of the shit they researching, you know, they on this reparations movement, and they out there, man, doing a lot of good and positive things. But yeah, we need to, you know, a lot of us walked away from the farms. You know, both of my grandfathers, great grandfathers farmed. So it's in the blood, bro. And you know, you come across things and you share with others. I remember they used to do that. You know, somebody would come around with a bushel of peaches or apples or some fruit, and somebody might have some fish. You might have some beans or something to trade. That's how they did it. Pecans. You barter with it. What you got, what you grow.
I think it's just going. It's all. I think with the whole shutdown and the pandemic, it brought everyone back in the house, and I think a big
Not
key is
everybody.
just somehow getting. I mean, farming. When people talk about farming, it doesn't have to be grueling, and in fact, I think farming, if you have a couple key pieces of equipment, you know what I'm saying, a good mechanic on your hands, you know what I'm saying, a lot of hands, you know what I'm saying, to make light work. It's one of the most basic, simple, rewarding things you can do. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, get your harvest. I mean, I do landscaping, you know what I'm saying? I mow grass, so I can mow a big field. You know what I'm saying? I can cover ground, you know what I'm saying, and work on houses and stuff. I know I work with my hands, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm outside and stuff. So I mean, I know what it's like. I see people who are half my age and they just can't do the work. They as soon as June hits and that first 82 degree day hits, they're like, oh, it's hot out here. It's humid. Like, come on, you know what I'm saying? So like, you need to put the AC on. I'm like, 82, you need the AC on. Like, you're gonna burn out the AC before it even gets to 90 in July. Like, it's that kind of sensibility. I feel fortunate that how like I wound up like I'm outside. I work outside. I love working outside. People, it starts to rain a little bit. If you want to run inside, like, man, this is a light drizzle. Y'all better keep pushing it.
To me.
Well, what was that, bro?
I said 82 degrees sound like a good day to me.
That's beautiful, man. Nice little breeze, man. Let's keep it pushing, man. Let's keep it pushing.
We get over the hundreds in the summertime here. Yeah, that's some hard work, but yeah.
I mean, as long as you have, you know what I'm saying, some good shade and you can pace yourself, you can work when it's hot.
Yeah. So and let me say this though, you know, because I want us to understand this, you know what I'm saying? Because I get like with the reactionary thing, and a lot of y'all even get mad with like the conversations that I have, because I'm like, yo, even this, I'll be like, yo, it's funny, it's like it was kindergarten, and like, you know, we just playing with crayons and stuff like that. Because like, yo, you got to understand, right? When we talk about reaction, usually what is our reaction to something, you know what I'm saying, is to cry and to go complain and go beg, but still go support that, you know what I'm saying. Our reaction and the stuff that we say is not aligning, you know what I'm saying, like at the end of the day. And we are repeating history over and over and over, and it's not really that hard, you know what I'm saying, or that complicated. If you have a problem with, yo, just don't, like, I ain't even gonna be like, don't watch the NBA, don't pay for the league package. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't willing to do something as simple as that, you're not going to get results. I never even told people not to go to Kroger or this and that. Yo, we talk about black businesses all the time. And the issue is, I had our sister that come on here last time, Nama X was on here. And you know what, the video, who was a business owner telling people how to get their business, her talking about her business and all of this stuff, is going to get less views than us arguing about where we come from, because that's our reaction to stuff, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm trying to get us to realize that, you know, our reaction is not even like, before we can even get to like the next step, we got to even get the right reaction, you know what I'm saying? Or like, well, we're reacting and not responding, you know what I'm saying? And even then, once we start responding, you got to start calculating your responses, you know what I'm saying? But we're still reacting like, yo, we're protesting a restaurant instead of saying, well, now I know not to spend my money here. It don't even make sense. Why would I want to go? They're probably going to spit in my food, but we actually protest to go do that. That's our responses, and that's what our responses have continued to be. And even when I talk about the things that y'all love so much, and then y'all come and flag me for it, you know what I'm saying? Like our responses for everybody else is more than for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing that I don't get. Like, it's not even like complicated. Like, we did it 50 years ago by not having a choice, and today we think we have a choice. It's not really that complicated. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think we complicate it because we actually make excuses for it. You know what I'm saying? But my bad, I had to say that though. But
fellas, if you gotta watch the game, man, watch it on the Fire Stick or watch it online. That's all you gotta do.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not and it's very simple. Like, even if you like have to send your kid, like, we don't learn about the history ourselves to teach our kids that what you're learning in school is wrong. Like, we say a lot of stuff, but we don't actually really take the action. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that we have lost. And now we have an opportunity for our generation to put our stamp on the game. You know what I'm saying? Take the things that we learn, forget the things that hasn't worked, and include the things that, like, the people of color, the welcome and the pale faces have done us dirty for 700, 800 years, for really 6,000 years, to be honest with you. But the accepting other people and all of this stuff, it generally has not worked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe
Never.
we can just adopt new. That's what I'm saying. Like, Joe, just look at your results of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And just like, or even like, just using nonprofits to like, you're using their system to fund yourself. It's not even like complicated. Like, you can like throw an event sponsored by somebody, or even not even get an event, just get a bunch of gift cards, and you can pass that out to people in your community who need that. And then once you pass that out, and the people is going to look to you once you do something for them. You can't be like, well, you need to quit your job if I don't got a job to offer you. You can't tell them something if you ain't offering them something. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to be the one that start working together. It's like not even like hard to do. It's just the fact of doing it and not doing it. And then people think that, like, if I do it, nobody, like, well, like, there's a difference between a martyr and a suicide mission. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now, I'm probably on a suicide mission. My goal is to get it to the point where I could be a martyr. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, it's for a reason. Right now, it's just a suicide mission because we like split up, and we like think is like, we talk about their military. Why are you talking about their military when you just simply have to pick? We could literally get together and be like, we all not going to go to blah 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 business this month or this year or ever. You know what I'm saying? And then we just all not go to that one business. You ain't going up against them militarily. You just making excuses not to. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like, obviously we aren't the violent ones who like ran up on their land like we're gonna kill all of you. So if they come there, you want to be prepared. So yeah, we're gonna talk about self-defense also, because you want to be prepared. But like, at the end of the day, like, we all have not learned things have happened. You know what I'm saying? But until we actually take the responsibility for whatever, because your enemy is going to do that. And I talk about what they do so we can, obviously we don't get it because we still telling them I'm a human. But I don't know, man. Y'all can say everything y'all want to say. I gotta play one last thing because I don't want to go out on some sad stuff. I want to go out on something else. So y'all want anything to say?
Man, I fantasize sometimes about when the first European stepped foot on Africa, that it was me he walked up on, and he got stabbed with a spear.
Hey, you know what, Black? I bet you. I don't know if it's true or not, but I would bet money that probably the first one that did probably did, but then somebody probably ran up on the right one day. But I'm pretty sure somebody probably hit him with a spear.
You might be right.
But yeah, that's a good point though. But to this day, we still are welcoming the white man. You know what I'm saying, or the everybody, or everybody's black because well, all they have to do is just say they black and act like they down with it. Nobody's saying that. I ain't even saying nothing about allies, even though like that's a whole nother debate. You know what I'm saying? That'll be a harder debate. Maybe y'all have a better chance, but y'all can't debate that they're not black. You know what I'm saying? That's not a hateful thing to say. You know what I mean? But Yo, speaking of the sad stuff, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let y'all close out after this, but I just want to show something, you know what I'm saying? I'm probably in the wrong thing. I've been showing some bad stuff, so let's just show a brother reacting to, you know what I'm saying, how the right way. Speaking of the Super Bowl, is why I'm playing this, because it's the Super Bowl. What if he would have stopped right there? Like, why would you hit me? I'm a human. You know what I'm saying? I'm a man. You know, I paid for my tickets just like you, and you punched me in my. No, this was just. You say he like went to the dude. Yo, all I'm saying is sometimes you don't have to be like a European and overcomplicate things. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody owns the land. You know, when they own the land, when they got the guns to be like, yo, I own this land. And you be like, okay, you own the land. But then when you be like, you don't own this land, I got the guns to say you don't, then you don't own the land no more. That's sometimes it's just basic math. You know what I'm saying? 1 + 1 is 2. It's not always 1 × 1. It's not always, you know what I'm saying, X times Z +1 equal. Sometimes it's just, you know what I'm saying, you hit me, I hit you back. You know what I'm saying? If a bully, you know what I'm saying, hits you in the face, you may have to fight him every day for that school year, but I guarantee you at some point he gonna stop and he never gonna get $1, you know what I'm saying? So, or you can just give him your $1 every day. That's the choice you have. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just, that's all it is, you know what I'm saying? But yo, y'all want to say
by that brother.
Huh?
I said, good job by that brother.
Yeah.
He put that Lil Wayne on him. Drop it like that.
Yeah, it was too many. Because I had other stuff, and I was gonna show too many. You know, black men.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, man.
Yeah, so I had to show a black man.
Yeah, he cleared the space. I like that. You know what I'm saying? He gave him the 4-piece and dipping sauce, yo.
Man,
that's what he did. Yeah, with his ground, he gave. You can say they no one stepped up to him, at least in that scene. He was like boom, boom, boom. He was like, all you saw was arms and just another dude on his back.
Man, yo, what up, First Rifleman? We about to close out, bro. What up?
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
I just came on to say, very interesting. What you guys had to say. Didn't agree with everything, but at the end of the day, black people just need to defend themselves. But it has to be righteous, though.
Yeah, define righteous. Righteous is subjective, bro. Righteous is different for everybody, son.
Very true.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what you meant by that. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking
I think
of righteous, I have a righteous hatred for some people, and that's with good reason.
Definitely.
Oh yeah. You say you got a podcast or something?
Yes. I'm probably gonna live stream tonight since I have a little time.
Oh, you be live streaming
What
now?
you be rapping about, man?
It be like America is great. Donald Trump is the man. You know what I'm saying?
What you be rapping about, man?
Oh, forecast. He already told you everywhere. I'm just gonna talk about the white man the whole time, especially Donald Trump. No, get out of here. No, in all seriousness, I'm gonna be talking about preparedness and firearms, like simple stuff you can do, and gonna use my military experience that I have and try to translate into like tangible things for the beginner and hopefully from what I teach, Army.
Army?
Yeah.
What were you?
Huh?
What you do in the Army?
I had 2 MOSs. I was a 74 Delta, which is a chemical operations specialist, and then 19 Delta, which is a cavalry scout.
Where were you stationed?
Fort Drum, New York, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Korea, and I deployed as well to a few places. And I served time in the National Guard.
In the Middle East?
Huh?
You been in the Middle East?
Yes, Iraq and Afghanistan plus Korea.
How you like Iraq?
It was a
Get you some
shithole.
Iraqi coochie?
Not what? The first thing a Negro think
Come
about
on,
is
man. You know you got you some Iraqi coochie.
no, I actually did not. I went over to do my job.
Oh.
Nah, he was defending America. He was
See, that's
defending
why
America.
I can't come to your podcast.
Why? Because I'm not talking about degenerate shit like pussy.
Don't you like it?
All right, man. Yo,
Man, see, like low-seated Negro shit. This is what I'm talking
just
about.
asking a
Forecast.
question.
I'm
all right,
talking about
no.
serious. I'm talking about.
I'm
Hold on,
just
hold on.
asking a
No, y'all
Forecast.
watch
question.
your mouth,
Forecast.
yo. Yeah, y'all watch your mouth though.
Okay, yeah, but on some real shit, forecast. I'm talking about like real shit that's gonna have a outcome, a positive outcome for Black people, like
Right.
especially Black folks yelling, screaming about white supremacy, and we're at the bottom of this. I'm literally trying to arm Black people with a systematic way to get their food storage up, to get their ammo up, to be able to make their own weapon system to where they can defend themselves. And this nigga want to talk about pussy.
All right, yo. So your
I just
channel,
asked you a question, man. Either you did or you didn't.
Hey,
I
First
was asking you
Rifleman.
about Iraq.
Hey, First Rifleman. Is your channel is the one you be using?
Yes, it's this channel right here, just America First Rifleman, and I'm just gonna start out on just why, because I only have a couple of videos, so go watch my couple of videos and leave a comment, subscribe. But uh the main reason why is because I haven't had a computer or a laptop, and I've just built a PC. I'm just waiting on a couple more parts, and I'm gonna be able to start editing videos and stuff like that, because I already have a camera. But until then, I'm just gonna do some Pookie live streaming and just disseminate information, a good foundation of information, and then we can I can start making videos of like cool, entertain, a little entertainment, but also tangible shit that they can take, and it'll they can use, like an example. If you already have a like Glock 19 or a Glock 17, there's like stabilizers you can use for home defense instead of having to get like an expensive rifle, even though you can build like inexpensive rifles. But there's stuff that can make your Glock a bit more effective with just some modifications that really aren't a lot of money. So just like simple stuff like that.
Okay.
And then also getting a schedule on getting your food preparedness and your medical preparedness, and having just instead of like breaking the bank, just as a beginner and somebody that has a budget. Everybody got a budget, whatever, whether it's family or you're a single person. I'm going to be able to show you like, hey, these are the prices we have today. Let's plan for the future, because like the egg thing, like prime example, I for the last like I think like 6-7 months, I've been getting egg powder, butter powder, and like other like powders from like Ogden Farm, stuff like that, that it's like 50 something for a 10 can, and that stuff is good for like 20 plus years. Actually, it's really even longer. But anyway, as of right now, I got months and months of food storage, right now. So if the food trucks stop coming to my neighborhood or to my city, I'm gonna be fine for a while. You know what I'm saying? But other people, they don't have anything. So I'm just saying, like, so just trying to get people to like be cost effective, and then also within a 6 months time, they're gonna have something to show for it. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah, this is what I want to arm Black people with, not all this other bullshit. Like, oh wait, the white man. Oh, somebody look what the white man. Billy Bob said the N-word to a Black woman in Walmart. Ooh. Like there's already enough of that shit on the internet we can entertain and dull our brains with or get us upset at the white man. But it's just like, dude, take action, man. Like defend yourself against white supremacy instead of yelling about it. That's what I'd be trying to get across to people. People, you call me a coon or I love white people. It's just like, nah, I'm about the action, man.
Yeah, I feel you when you say you're about the action. I mean, some stuff do be kind of suspect, like when you be like, "Oh, this and that," like just different subjects. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get into none of that, but
I feel you.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But and the thing is, you like that's what I'm trying to like black people is that's what I was just saying, like with real black gentlemen, like that's the reaction that you're getting. Black people is not doing this. You're going to the courtrooms and still crying like Emmett Till's mom did. They doing the same, they're having the same response as this, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all are doing things, and the job is to connect them with y'all who are, you know what I'm saying, like connect them with what you're talking about with the guns and why they have to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because not only do you have to worry about the prices getting crazy and whatever may happen, you know what I'm saying? You also want to be able to protect yourself in case of anything happening, you know what I'm saying? And we know that other issues in our community, but let's be honest with you, like we fear other people, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the truth, and we won't even define who we are, you know what I'm saying? But and the point is, we just get America's off of that, just call it first rifleman, you know what I'm saying? But you're talking to black people for a specific reason, you know what I'm saying? What you're saying, while I'm trying to get black people to do this, you're not saying I'm trying to get all people to do this, but people have an issue.
Well, I mean, all people should be prepared. I want white people to be prepared too. I don't want to see them starve. They have a right to defend themselves and to, be able to eat.
Yeah,
but
they
got to
do.
do the work.
Yeah, well, they do. So, yeah.
I just got a question. Just a humble question for American First Rifleman about 3D printing. As a soldier, I just want to say thank you for being a soldier. You know what I'm saying? For doing what you do. Thank you for being you. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to say that, right? What are your thoughts about like 3D printing in terms of like its effectiveness in like, you know what I'm saying, for you know what I'm saying, in general use? I mean, do you what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you. Forecast, are you still trying to let the show go on, or are you trying to end it?
Well, you can answer the question, but it ain't gonna be too much longer though. But you
Oh
can
yeah,
answer.
I'm not okay. I'll keep it good and concise, and I'll give you a couple of like YouTube channels to look at and stuff to kind of expand your knowledge a little bit. Okay, 3D printed guns have come a long way. It's just like crazy how like great it is. The polymers, like you're gonna want to get certain 3D printers that are going to be able to make harder and more precise polymers and at the heat that you need or whatever, and then also the MO, like the plastic that goes into it. They have there's like 50 different polymers that go into these machines. So it takes some time to like mix and match kind of like what you want. But overall, as of right now, if you just get a 3D printed Glock 19 frame, it will last maybe a few hundred rounds, for its durability and reliability. So they're not 100% there yet. But there are other people that are doing these great experiments on AR-15 lowers and also the Glock frames. Mostly people are doing Glock frames. But anyway, they have more expensive polymer machines, and I'll give you look up Hoffman Tactical. Hoffman, HOFFMAN Tactical, and it's the White Devil man that you guys hate so much. He's showing everybody how to do what he's doing. He has this AR-15 that's printed called the Orca, and so that's kind of the culmination of how far 3D printed technology has come because they're becoming way more reliable, and people like him that are experimenting are at the forefront of this. So if you look up like Hoffman Tactical, and also another channel that's more dedicated to pistols, but they do 3D printing too as well. Print, shoot, repeat. So PSR, or print, shoot, repeat for short, or PSR for short, and you should be able to find some good 3D printing technology from like the beginning to like kind of what they have now. So
Hey, well, y'all, because I want to say something. Y'all, that was all the questions y'all have for him on that. Because
Yeah, that's
I
all.
think y'all
That's all
should.
on there. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, because I definitely appreciate you talking about that. I think that's a important subject to talk about. So that's why I did let him. I ain't have no idea what your show is about, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was gonna be about. You know what I'm saying? If it was about the Trump thing, I probably wouldn't have been like, try to make fun of you or something. But just joking with you. But let me say this though, because the person said, the reason why I even came on here, somebody tried to flag my video, the video you was on, First Rifleman, because I with the mulatto thing, because they said it was hate, you know what I'm saying? And I just said earlier, you know what I'm saying, people keep referring to hate. Like, and that's like the second or third time he was like, yo, the dude that you hate so much and all of this stuff. Now I said that, like, when somebody is saying that if I would call a mulatto something because I say you gotta have two black parents, I'm talking about black people working together, because you know why you can't have a black home if you got a white person in there. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about us, like, we realize the situation where we're in. You know what I'm saying? So me saying that is not about hatred to nothing else, unless you're saying that, you know what I'm saying, you hate what I'm saying. So like, I think that's like anti-blackness. And then, like, you keep saying like, yo, you hate this white dude. No, it's not, because I even showed that dude that you showed about the printed guns, 3D printed guns. I showed the dude that you was talking about, and it's not even about no hate thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't care about him now. Like, when you be like, well, whatever, I would only do things for black people, because you know why? They have billions of resources. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, oh, you should do the video. I'm like, yo, go contact Ben Shapiro. He does that for you. You know what I'm saying? I realize that we are in a situation where we have to put all of our effort into it to get up out of this situation, because it's going to take the effort. You know what I'm saying? And but just going back to the hate thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's like you keep bringing up hate, and people like keep trying to use hate as a whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's not about hate, it's about like love for ourselves and not wanting to be in the situation. Like, you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. Maybe I could have said, instead of saying hate, maybe heavily dislike or distrust. You have, just to me, it is just my opinion, you know what I'm saying? Because the reason why I rock with you for the first, you are a very intelligent and reasoned man. A lot of black people are just emotional as hell, and you cannot deal with them. But even though I disagree with you, you can at least be talked to and reasoned with. So that's why I rock with you in the first place. But like I said, I just think you have some type of racial animus with white folks, but I don't know what to degree. I can't quantify it or anything like that. But like I said, uh, you know, but at the end of the day, you do care about your people, and that's the most important thing.
Well, see, that's the thing, because I said it earlier to a real black gentleman, and that's what I think. Like, I think that we kind of use them for every kind of barometer, because everything that I ever said has nothing to do with it. I'm only talking to black people, you know what I'm saying? Like, my barometer is not about, like, I'm not saying we need to have business because I hate the white people. We need, because so we can stop food deserts in our community. You know what I'm saying? I've been to these places. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that I say has nothing to do with like hatred of them. That's why people say like you're self-hatred and stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? But like, no, I'm not. No, it's the fact that like I don't want black people to be in the state that we're in. So if I say like, look, we need to do X, Y, and Z, now all of a sudden it's somebody else, but I'm not basing what I do or don't do off of anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And
in this country, there's 200 million white people. It would be irrational for me in as a representative of a lesser ethnic grouping in that to have just to irritate, or you know what I'm saying. I get a sense that there are white people in this country that really don't necessarily deal with black people. I mean, there's whole swaths of America that is just littered with small towns that are like 90+% white. I get that. I am aware of the unique demographics of the country. What, you know what I'm saying? The middle America is not really bothering me as a black person. You know what I'm saying? I get that. What in the dynamics of it all is that if I say it's not race, then the question becomes, well, then why aren't there as many black billionaires a representative? If that were the case, it's one of those things where it's like there aren't 13% of the billionaires in the country aren't black, because it's not about class. It is about race, because the black people that were the capital in this country. We were the buck that was traded. And because of that, it is unique to be in this country. It's like, in order to attempt to get some kind of parity in this country, which is, I mean, at this trajectory, I don't necessarily see it happening, because I feel like other groups will subsume black people in through various different ways. I just think that I am not willing to, how would I say it? This is my country. This is, you know what I'm saying, that you're not going to kick me out of it. If I leave this country, I'll walk on my own accord, but this is my country. This is the country of my ancestors. You know what I'm saying? My people fought for this country. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's a constant fight. It's to me, the original sin of slavery is yet to be atoned for, and it's getting there obliquely. I just hope that it's not a kind of a premature sensibility that, you know what I'm saying, that black people have truly, I mean, economically, and any kind of like index that you might put up that a person of African descent in the United States is living, you know, health wise, longevity, you know what I'm saying, life expectancy. There's a lot of things, not merely accessibility or things like that. There's a lot of details that I think that the grievances that black people have are truly legitimate.
Nobody's saying that black people don't have legitimate grievances in America. Pretty much everybody has a legitimate grievance about something. The thing is how we've dealt with things in the last, I would say, 40 or 50, maybe even 60 years, that we've helped set our own selves back. So for everything you can say the white man did this to us and this how it held us back, I can point to some things that we've collectively done to ourselves that decisions that were made without us, obviously, that another generation of black people made, but they have the unintended consequences, and it is what it is, and we have to work our way past those in our generations and break the cycle, and that's it. That's all we got to do. All this trauma bonding about, and I'm not talking about forecasts or whatever, because I've leveled this accusation at him a couple of times, and I've kind of walked that back in a little small way or whatever. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time. But anyway, the main thing, what I'm saying is, I remember, like you kind of went all over the place with what you were saying, your last little segment, Real Black Gentleman. Look, the main thing is we have plenty of black people in America that have made a living on reminding us on what exactly white people have done, how they did it, how they continue to do this and that and all that. We have a whole bunch of people that make a living off of just oh, they cut up the black babies and threw them in the alligator stuff and all that. Like, you don't have to, like, I'm just saying, just like, people keep trying to remind us of all the horrible things that happen to us, when literally the best thing for us is either, if they're like white people, like white supremacists or white supremacy in general is a direct threat. If you are if you literally think white supremacy is an existential threat to you every day in the West as a black person, there is a whole continent of black people you can go to. Okay. And yes, you can say, oh, that's the go back to Africa comment. Well, I'm sorry. If you were talking about black people are this, black people are that, black people are great, there's a whole continent of them. And you don't even have to go to Africa. You can go to Brazil. There's a whole bunch of black people out there. You can go live in a favela and all that stuff and be around a whole bunch of black people and don't have to really worry about white people like that. So, but, and also on the other part of that, it's just like, look, at the end of the day, it is up to us to change and get traction in the right direction. Because while we're yelling about white people and reparations, black boys in California can't freaking read. And then we yell about the white supremacist system is disadvantaging us and they're trying to take this from us and kill us and all this, but we still are yelling and screaming for the white man to educate our children. You know what I'm saying? And even though we're entitled to public education, don't get it twisted. We are entitled to it, but then in one mind we're saying there's a whole white supremacist structure to stop us from growing, but we won't take the responsibility to educate our own children. Okay, I like what as like when does the responsibility come on us to do this? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking. I'm about that action. I'm not about all this. Oh, they did this, they did that. Like, dude, I read the history books. I know what white people done did to us. But guess what? Me keep revisiting the same history will not put economic opportunity out there for, it's not going to empower me to make more economic opportunity for other black people. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I always, that if your mind is not towards that, it's a loss for us. If your mind is towards, oh, they raped and killed us and they took this and Rosewood and Black Wall Street and this and that, and they didn't let the black girls' hair, and blah, 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 that's not getting us anywhere. Nowhere. We're killing each other in Baltimore. Nobody wants to do business in Baltimore. But that's where black people live. Why can't we have a campaign to fix that so businesses want to do business with us? Why don't we have tutoring? We have trillions of dollars in black buying power in this country, but we can't get our black boys and girls tutored. That's not the white man. It'll never be the white man. That is us. We have black leaders that refuse to do it. So I'm just sorry, like all the excuses, we're done. We're killing ourselves at this point. No white man is stopping us from doing this. That's all I'm trying to tell y'all. You can say I'm freaking first American rifle coon and, oh, are you caping for white people? Or are you trying to blame us? At the end of the day, if we don't stand the hell up and do something and gain traction personally in our own lives in this capitalist system, you just wasting your time. So keep talking about how the white man did this, the white man did that. Every other race of people that aren't white are gaining on us because they ain't worried about what the white man did to them 120 whatever years ago. They're building businesses and keeping dollars in their neighborhoods. Rant over.
America First, Rice man. Can I ask you a question? It's gonna be a real quick, easy one. Have you ever heard of the quote that those who refuse to learn their past are doomed to repeat it?
Did you not just hear me say, I know my history, I want black people to know their history, but internalizing a certain, like, I'm making a certain part of black history or American history a part of your identity, i.e. slavery, being beat down by the white man putting his foot in your ass and your woman's ass, making that a part of your black identity is a problem. The part that I make a part of my black identity is Marcus Garvey, George Washington Carver, okay? People like that. That's my identity.
But
black men who fought Okay, hold on, listen to me. Black men who fought. Okay, that's who I make my identity, not we got beat down by the white man. That's not my identity. I know that's a part of my history. That's what happened to my ancestors, but that's not a part of my identity.
All right, man. Look, just ask you a question. You talked about you don't like that black men come with emotion, but that's all I'm hearing right now. It's emotion. You went on a big tirade. It was just a yes or no question. Um, I will say that just because you can
I
quote
have
that
no
you have heard
tolerance for
something,
weakness. I have no tolerance for weakness, sir.
so I guess you don't look in the mirror often then. So anyway, I would say that just because you say that you heard the quote or you know your history doesn't seem like you do. Because when you study history, you also have to study the trauma and the psychological trauma and all of the outcomes, the effects and effects. So you said that black boys in California can't read, right? You said that. And that's black people's fault. You said because why you keep depending on white man to school your children, right? That was your words. That was your words. So we're gonna act like Bush did not create the No Child Left Behind. We're gonna act like Kamala Harris did not lock up black children. No, 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 no. You had your time. You had your 15 minutes of fame, Gremlin. You want to act like everything that ever happens does not have some sort of further repercussions down the line. You want to act like these people don't continuously create laws that make things the way they are. That's what you always do. That's exactly what you do. You are full of self-hatred, my
What
man.
law is stopping black people from building businesses?
Where do you not see black people building businesses? Black people are building businesses
Okay,
all
you
the
keep
time.
saying they're passing laws. What law are they trying to pass to stop black people from economic opportunity?
You're trying to divert the question.
I'm not
I
diverting
jumped
you.
on you.
You're
I
bringing
jumped
up.
on
You
your.
just
hold
said
I
on,
the
y'all.
jumped
white
on
man
Hold on,
your.
y'all.
passes
Hold on.
laws.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Cause look, first rifleman, look, a lot of what you said is like that's the problem. Like you were saying, like kind of half truths. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause you keep bringing up past things. You're saying, there are black people that have businesses, but like, there definitely has been systematic things to stop generational wealth. We know about business loans and all of this stuff that affects whatever and all of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff that you have said, like 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 even going like because you go back to the 80s, like that's what I'm saying. I'm not even talking about back in the day. That's what I'm saying. I talk about black history because a lot of people, and for a fact there are a lot of people out here talking about Harriet Tubman didn't exist, this person didn't exist. We don't know black history.
Those are those people that think we're Native American.
But most black people don't know black history, like just like overall, like a lot of stuff, like that's just a fact. Like we
No,
don't
I
know.
agree, and I agree with you, Forecast. You're right.
Right, and that's a whole another thing. And yeah, there's a whole thing that leads up to why we are in this situation in the beginning, you know what I'm saying? And then to be like, you don't like you're blamed, yeah, they have done things, they continue to do things, you know what I'm saying? Like how do you think they got their wealth that they got in the first place? You know what I'm saying? Like, all of that stuff has to do with it. Yeah, you have to make sure. And I also disagree that black people fought to have them in their schools. Pretty much schools are still pretty much segregated, but now they control the schools, and that's a whole nother thing. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, like a lot of this stuff, I can't even remember half of the stuff that you were saying, but a lot of this stuff, like you only like saying like half of like what it
Because
is.
you chewed it out because I'm not talking about
No,
how the white
because
man put a foot in somebody's ass. That's why.
No, because you and Black Megas was going back and forth, bro. No, and that's another thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, you keep talking about, because, like, when I talk about black history, I'm talking about when black people put a foot in their ass, and that's when you actually had something, and black people was proud to be black and stood on what they was doing, you know what I'm saying? And when I talk about business, like, y'all ain't on here.
Nobody shows enough about how black people resisted. They just show about how black people either lost or were defeated in a certain period of time. But I very rarely, like, besides my home, like my dude home team time, people like that, they show black people winning and what the great black greatness and excellence is. The rest of everybody else wants to just show what the white man did to us. And then people internalize that and make that a part of their identity. That's what I have a problem with.
Do they show
Okay.
those narratives before or after slavery? Just a question to you.
I don't know who you talking about. Who's that?
Well, you just said that people show the greatness that black people have done. I was just
I
asking you,
just gave an
do they show
example
us?
of a black
No,
person that does this.
man.
Okay, I just
All
gave
I
you an
asked you,
example of a
all I
black
asked you
person that
was
does that.
the era.
I just gave you an example of a black person who does this.
You know, you have a Karen mentality. You know that,
No,
right?
I literally just gave you
No,
a
no. You didn't answer the
example
question
of a
because
black
you wouldn't.
person.
You didn't let me
No,
ask you a
I
question.
answered the question.
No,
No,
you
I
didn't.
told you this is a black person who makes content that shows black people being excellent, being strong, and resisting the white colonialism and other things and other facets all throughout history. They
No,
show black excellence.
but see, look, the thing is, right? Look, like, cause like you even bring up like, oh yeah, these like the Irish, the poor whites, they had their issues. All of these other groups had their issue. You talked about like, yeah, I look up to Mark. Why do you think Marcus Garvey was saying what he said? Did you look up the speech that he had after the St. Louis riot and telling black people what they should do? Like, would you say that was trauma bonding, or is it okay because he said it? And you say that as a difference from then and today, and the difference is the illusion of inclusion, which we suffer for. Like, yo, like when you say fighting in their wars, like, yeah, you fight in their wars, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I commend you because now you're fighting in our wars when you get on the channel showing black people how to, you know, bring it back and doing it and all of this stuff. But like, yo, you can't exclude one part of your history like that actually happened. You know what I'm saying? You can't act like it never happened. And you can't act like, you know, all of these people is your friends when they're really not, you know what I'm saying? And they have shown you over and over. And you, if the more you sit there and ignore the history, that's called cognitive delusion, you know what I'm saying? And
dissidence.
Oh yeah, whatever. Yeah, dissonance, my bad. But it is delusional though, you know what I'm saying? And the thing about like, you know, like, because I know where you're getting a lot of this stuff is like a lot of Thomas Sowell points, but that's what I'm saying. There is half truths about what is going on, bro. Like, yo, how do we get to for where we are to now? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's from the because you like where we from the 70, 60, 70 years ago. Well, yeah, there was the such thing as like the crack epidemic, the whole feminist thing, because you would agree with that. Some people wouldn't.
Oh, crack. Oh, they forced us to sell death to each other.
They
Well,
forced us
let
to
me.
sell death.
I
What are you
like to
talking
jump in
about?
for a
Like
second.
even
Like,
the white dude put them on blast and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I guess you would take it from like the white dude, David, whatever his name, Webb or whatever his name was, you'll take it from him.
Oh no, yeah, I know. I'm
So it's
very
cool.
familiar with that whole saga, but guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Black people saw the drugs and they enthusiastically pushed it into their communities. And not only did they push it into communities, they recruited young, wayward black youth to, you know, pretty much exploited them to
What proof
get
you have of this?
That is
what proof do you have of anything that you claim? Of any statement that you ever make?
There's not there were never any black drug trafficking organizations back in the day.
I asked you for proof.
Children.
I didn't ask you for conjecture. I asked you for proof.
Well, no, because that's my point though. Like you telling like you can answer it though. Like, no, you're telling half truths though. Like, because even if you want to be like a black person sold drugs, like you're listen, no, stop. Because you're talking about like, because we was talking about how we got from, because I named like 3 different things that happened, and then we talked, then the crack era, then like that was in the 90s, and then we come to like kind of the modern era. But I talked about the feminist era, which you would agree with, which was before the crack era, which the black homes was splitting up. I talked about this whole 60s era where the homes was they started moving them into the projects, you know what I'm saying, with the Highway Act and all of that stuff.
Choices that black people made.
You can say choices, but then when you're hungry, you're going to make certain choices, bro. Like if the lights is off, you can say one thing and another. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna act like, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, the whole economic thing wasn't literally
okay. So
like,
what about the Nigerians that were captured and they chose to drown instead of be slaves? What about that? They made a
What
choice,
about the
right?
black? What about the
They made
black
a choice.
people?
They
What
made a
about the
choice,
black?
right?
And what about the black people that didn't? Because most black people actually didn't sell drugs and wasn't even
No,
if
I
they
get
were
it.
in
I
the
get it.
hood.
But
Like,
you didn't
I
answer
don't
my
understand.
question. What about the choice? They
What
had,
about them?
they literally had a choice between slavery slash and being chattel slaves, or they
But
were
what
like,
did
I'd
that have to
rather
do with
die.
half
And they
truths? Because
they
you
did
just
not
went to
have they didn't
Nigerians.
have good
What?
choices to make. Oh, listen, they didn't have great choices to make,
But
but they
most black
made a
people wasn't
choice.
drug dealers, so I don't even know why you bring that example up. Most black people made that
Because
choice. What
you're
are you
like,
talking
oh,
about?
they were hungry.
Dude, no, you was talking about the drug deal because actually most black people didn't commit suicide on the slave boats, but most black people wasn't in the drug game. But you brought up the people who whatever they sold drugs, they chose to do this with ignoring the whole economic condition involved in it. But most black people wasn't doing that, even though you tried. That's
They
what I'm trying
all
to talk about. Half
the
truth.
men who
That's
made
the
money,
problem is gonna catch up with you.
selling drugs bought rims, they bought cars, they wasted their time. They didn't buy anything for the black community. They didn't build a bank. They built like enterprises that launder their money, but they by and large didn't actually build any
I think you
infrastructure for
watch
their
too
people
many.
to
I
come
think
up.
you watch too many gangster movies. You know you don't even know who most people
What
was.
they
Most
sent
people. What are you talking about?
a couple of babies kids to college, and the Negroes
No,
supposed to
bro. Like
clap.
most people did what they did and like didn't get caught. Like wasn't like got out of. That's a whole nother thing, bro. Like, but if you actually know anybody, like I know a lot of people who actually
What
got.
about what if I told you black people who sold drugs to black people especially are scum?
Huh?
Those people are actually scum and held back black people.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Okay.
he's finally talking
Yeah.
about his father. We see.
Yeah.
No, one of my cousins, he used to sell drugs, but he doesn't do that anymore. He's actually a productive black person now. But
What does that
he
have to
actually
do with anything that I said, bro?
I'm just saying, like we exploit each other and we do these things, and then at the end of the day, we want to blame the white man. But at the end of the day, we have to accept responsibility.
But
Forecast.
what I said is half. All right, go ahead, y'all. Because I said is half truths.
Just based off of what he just said, that last statement he just said. So why are you not doing something for black people? Why are you trying to do something for all people?
No. No. Listen. I was talking about the drug dealers and all that stuff. Like they had a chance with their economic opportunity that they were getting all this money, this drug money. They didn't build any infrastructure or anything to actually progress black people. They spent it on rims. They literally just gave it back to white people and Jewish people. That's what they did. They didn't build low, cheap, affordable housing or healthcare or cheaper education or high quality, cheaper education in their local neighborhoods. They didn't do that. They gave some pookie Christmas turkeys and sent a couple of baby kids to nursing school. And then Negroes are supposed to be like, yeah, they did some and they did the best they could and all this other stuff. And they didn't have choices and all this stuff. It's like, no, these people were mostly scum and they held back
Again,
our people.
you're talking about them. I asked you, what are you doing for black people? I didn't ask about them. I asked, what are you
I'm
doing?
preparing them for the race war. I'm just joking.
Yeah, but all right, y'all can go ahead because we've been on here too long. But
Real black gentleman had something that he wanted to say, man.
my
I
bad,
would really
real
enjoy
black.
it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, again, it's like how do I say it? It's important to define a lot of nuance in a lot of again, it's easy because of our varied and diverse locations, and even within black people in this country, we do live a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? The country and the city aren't quite the same. The Midwest and the West and the South ain't quite the same. But the point is, when John, when you know what I'm saying, this it's just the nature of how we are, how the general greater culture looks at us as white people. We are making progress, although in some arenas it is more like a 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, and in some arenas it's more like a 11 steps forward, 10 steps back. There is progress but it's uneven. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to harp too much on the bad, although, like I said, some things you do. I mean, the whole point of like critical race theory as the whole course, as the professor wanted to be, is the way that America has a way of like sealing up any program or any policy that it was a spouse for Black people. Freedmen's Bureau, Reconstruction, of the GI Bills, a lot of things that are affirmative action, a lot of things that this country tries to do in the name of Black people, like affirmative action helps mostly white women. And in earnest was designed to help Black people, but everything gets afraid. It's like civil rights being afraid to gay people. That's the whole point. Is there's something going on? It's just the nature of the 200 million white people versus the 50 million Black people, that you have multitudes of white people that can see what's going on. I know that there's a hard racial aspect to this country. I will never cease to like, my people were the buck that was traded, right? But now, so like, I'm a capitalist because I understand how capital works because it's inherently a part of me. You know what I'm saying? I know how to, I see that hustle. I see it. I see how when people get the opportunity and get ahead to get the buck. I get it. When people are, but what winds up happening is that it's like slowly but surely, we are slowly but surely coming together. Even though it's generational, it seems like the more we come together, sometimes we fall apart. But as long as we can, agree that Black people in this country are actually, we are trying, in spite of generation after generation of a ploy and plot against Black people. Some of us struggle, and we can harp on the struggle. And sometimes, it's not a solution to harp on it. But sometimes, if you gotta dig deep into history, because somewhere in history is the solution to what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that our people did in the 1600s, in the 1700s, when we're out there putting our foot up. You know what I'm saying? Breaking about ours. And so I get that. You know what I'm saying? I got people who, fought in the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? Fought with, was with the man was doing it. And so, like, I get the whole liberation. It's like, but the thing is, you can't win the war and lose the peace, brother. You can't win the war. This to everyone. You can't win the war, but then lose the peace. It happened to Haiti. It happened to us during Reconstruction. We won the war, but we lost the peace. The federal troops left, and Black people were left to fend for ourselves. And we've kind of been still trying to finish the Reconstruction. And I mean, with Marcus Garvey is the greatest Black nationalist in the last 100 years. No one can touch Marcus Garvey in 100 years. He's better than 99% of every Black nationalist that has come since him. And so Marcus Garvey is the standard. That's why the FBI went after him. That's why Du Bois went after him, and Booker T. Washington, another do by yourself, an industrialist. I love Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington, he had some flaws too, but his general thing was trying to at least and again, he had help from white people too, but you know what I'm saying? They tarnished his name with Tuskegee, the experiments. It's like Black people trying to do something. It's steps forward and steps back. And until Black people can see who's stepping all over us, and at least from coast to coast can kind of close the cycle, as it were, close the circle, as it were, in like a real time where like Black people know what time it is right now in this country, can we actually stop that? But we cannot allow people in our circle in terms of what Blackness is. That's the whole point of a lot of this was going on. I mean, with you know what I'm saying? We part of the process is actually being on the same page. That's all. I don't mean to ramble. I think awareness does matter. You got to pay attention to what's going on.
All right, so look, I'll say this, you know what I'm saying? And the point is, because you mentioned it, and I think the problem is, like every time you bring up something, it's like the negative things, because you know what? Most people in the hood was not drug dealers, but the same events affected them just the same, you know what I'm saying? And that's the problem, and that's why I focus on that. And to say like, yo, there are poor people in the hood and these are the circumstances is not to be like, quote unquote, trauma bonding or none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And to not even realize where it comes from. Like that would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because you like,
it comes from white people. It comes from white people.
What comes from white people?
What you were just saying, where it comes, you got to understand where it comes from. Like, I'm pretty sure white people, right?
See, you don't even know what I'm saying. Like I'm talking because I was just about to say, like, in order to like study anything, like what do you do when you go back to whatever it is to find out whatever how to solve a problem? You start at step one. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not just saying. I'm talking about your problems in general. You know what I'm
Well, I
saying?
mean, most people will use a scientific method.
Does that not include it, looking at the origins of it and taking everything into account and looking at how it could affect at today? Or do you just or does the scientific method say like let's forget about this part of it and focus on this part? Is that the scientific method? Oh,
no.
Well, that's what you've been saying this whole time. Like, let's focus on this and not look at this part of it. But if you're just gonna keep letting it happen over and over, bro, like you're doing the same thing.
Gotcha.
Forecast.
Yeah.
I just want to make a quick assessment of something that I've noticed. When Real Black Gentleman was speaking, and this is not to call American First Rifleman out on this, but I actually enjoyed the fact that he let the brother speak without interrupting. But I noticed everything that Real Black Gentleman was talking about. He's talking about black issues and only black issues, and nothing about anybody who would have imposed anything upon us. But the moment you talked about something being imposed on us, that's immediately when he jumped in to say something. And I noticed that that seems to be the biggest thing when it comes to him. Whenever it comes to somebody bringing up any kind of semblance of saying something about white people, it's immediately a trigger. And I don't know if it's a trigger. I don't know if this dude is getting, sponsorship from white podcasters or anything like that. But that seems to be the only time he takes an issue with anything. And when he does it in a very defensive manner. I don't know if anybody has noticed that, but he does it in a very defensive manner, as if he has to protect those who are going to put money into his pockets. And so he can laugh and joke about it,
I
but
can't wait.
the
I
truth of
want
the
white
truth of the
people to
fact
put
is
money in my
that
pockets
the truth of the fact is that we are a people.
so I can give
You
it
are
to
not
black
a people.
so
You are
I
not a
can
people
take
with
those
them.
resources and give it to black people. So
I
yes, I'll
already
take
asked you.
money from white people
I
and
already
give it
asked
to
you what
black
you were going to
people.
do for black people, and you laughed and you said you obviously are going to do nothing. You want to be another grifter who comes on, talks a good game,
Yup.
puts up a cash app, and gets money off the people. That's all you want to do. You want to be the next shisty person. I mean, we all understand that, and we get that. That's
Tariq
what you come here to
Nasheed,
troll
I
for.
want to be the Tariq Nasheed of preparedness. Like it's white people's fault. That's why you got to buy the sack of beans from me.
I mean, I totally believe you on the fact of following after Tariq, because he perfectly displayed how
Well,
to punk black
you
people.
sound like you're a fearful grifter, like how he spent all his time. White supremacists, suspected white supremacists. You
Nah,
sound like one of them types.
Yeah,
Tariq
but
does not believe in anything he says. Tariq does that stuff again because he has learned how to pimp the community. Black people have been through
Yeah,
so much that when they
by focusing on white people.
no, not by focusing on white people, because the black people who go to
Yeah.
church.
Okay. Buck
What
broken
about
one,
what
buck
about our
broken two, buck
grandparents
broken
and our great
three,
grandparents who ran the church for salvation?
buck broken
They
one, buck
they
broken
ran the
five,
church to salvation
hey,
because they thought it was going to give them some kind of substance to help them heal through traumas.
maroons,
All
all
Tariq
right,
has done
maroons.
is the same exact thing. He's learned how to pick off
all right.
the emotions that black people have and to make money off of that. That's all he's learned how to do, and that's the only thing that
Yeah,
you're going to do.
it works off
Hey,
of Negroes like you.
all right, hold on, all right, because I want to bring it back before I close. 'Cause I want to figure out something real quick. First Rifleman. Yo, how did you feel about? 'Cause I showed this at the first thing that I showed. How you feel about the Black National Anthem? Like, you think? Because a lot of white people is mad about that.
Lame. It's lame as fuck. It's symbolism. It's more symbolism that black people just need to feel good, and it actually does nothing for us. So it's just
And
like they took an old Negro spiritual or hymn from church, and they try to jazz it up like it's some national anthem, like we all agreed on this shit. All the black people across the country just agreed, like, oh, this is the black national anthem. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck out of here. They lame as hell. So it's
perhaps
just
back in the
simple.
day,
It's just more woke ass symbolism to get emotional over.
Right.
That's
So
it, and
hold
it
on.
worked. And
So
it
hold on.
worked.
Real quick.
perhaps back in the day, though, like 50 years ago, it was a popular song, and just we are so late in the game that we just don't. I'll say this. I've said this once. I said this comment before. When we talk about Garvey, right? He had a lot of people back in the day, but when you really break down those numbers, a lot of black people are descendants of Garveyites. You know what I mean? If Garvey had 40 million people, if you multiply the generations, that's like 20% of black people are descendants of a Garveyite. Just think about it for a second. Garvey had that much pull in this country. I just wanted to say that black people have done it, and I just wanted to say that. So, like the idea that song, we didn't agree on it, but perhaps our ancestors did, and we just didn't realize it.
And so, all right. So let me ask you this real quick first, right? From it, you pretty much saying like it's like they should have just like the one national anthem and stuff like that. Like they shouldn't have the black national anthem. Just the regular national anthem is just the one that unites us all, right?
Yeah, well, whatever you think, national anthem, it's the anthem of the nation, so that's the one that should be played during the national anthem. It's played at every sporting event, so I don't really understand what the controversy. Like, why we like just all of a sudden we like for us to rise as black people in America, we have to make everybody listen to the black national anthem.
Well, black person. Well, that was the NFL, not black people. It's white people that's actually mad about it. Like, because you kept the whole time
Hold on.
black people
There's
complaining.
black people that were involved that were like, oh, we gotta do this for social justice.
Which black person?
Niggas.
Because that's a claim. The NFL did this.
Yeah, of course, but at the behest of niggas.
Who?
Niggas.
Which black person?
Black people that try to speak for us.
No,
black people that say black people.
Because what you're saying don't line up now. Because you just said that we don't say that this is our song. So which black person now? Because all of them, like we saying, who said this? Like
it's It's an AstroTurf campaign of a small circle of probably bourgeoisie ass black people huffing and puff about social justice, talking about this is going to actually do something to improve the lives of black people, which
this
it's
dude
not
don't know about the bourgeois.
The
bourgeois would be
all I'm
for
saying is it's empty calories playing the black national anthem so everybody can hear. It's stupid as fuck. It's lame. It's a waste of time.
So all right, so you're saying that they should, you kind of like because a lot of white people is mad about that. They got a right to be mad about that.
Everybody has a right to feel how they feel, and I have a right to criticize it and say it's stupid as hell because it doesn't do anything for black people.
No, I'm saying like, would you say that criticism of like being mad is stupid though?
I don't care.
No, I'm just asking you. So.
Well, I mean, you talking about like okay, hold on. Let me make sure I get what you're saying.
No, I'm saying
you're saying is it no? Hold on. You're saying that is it cool for white people to criticize the black national anthem that was played during the Super Bowl?
No, what I'm saying is right now that because you're saying black people did, I don't know what black person did. The NFL did this. I guess you could say to appease the black people, but it wasn't black people that did this. And what I'm saying is the white like a lot of white conservative white Republicans that's in an outcry about this. I'm saying is it stupid for them to be in the outcry about it?
I mean, I'm not gonna waste my time outcrying about it. I'll just tell people it's stupid. But if people are going like super hard on like Twitter, like 50 tweets about like this black national anthem, I'm like, yeah, you probably need to calm down, homie. But if you just say a couple of tweets on like how it's stupid, it's virtue signaling, it's stupid as fuck, and it doesn't do anything, then yeah, it's a valid criticism. Fuck it. Anybody's allowed to say this is the First Amendment. They're allowed to say what they want.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot of like them like coming on here saying like, well, yeah, is one national anthem. Like, how dare they do this? Just play football, just shut up and dribble and stuff like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, actually, at this point, 10 years ago, I would have been all over like oh, LeBron is a family man. Don't you tell him, when that white, because even back then I was conservative, but when Laura Ingraham was like, shut up and dribble LeBron, and the whole outcry about that, I was like, holy shit, you shouldn't say that. He has a right. See, he needs to say anything he wants. He's a prominent black man, but after a while, these entertainers have these stupid ass takes that literally kind of take us back sometimes. And I'm not saying they don't have a right to say what they want, but it's
Wait,
just like
hold on.
we
How
need.
did this get on
Hold
the
on, no,
black
let me finish.
entertainers? I was asking
Let me
about
finish.
the white people
Forecast.
being
Can I
mad.
finish, sir? Forecasting. Can I finish,
I don't
sir?
know what you're talking
Can
about.
I finish? Okay,
How I
what
get
I'm
on
saying
LeBron
is,
James?
oh,
What the world?
can I finish, sir? Please forecast. You didn't even let me finish. Okay, what I'm saying is people like LeBron and other prominent celebrities, unfortunately, some of their hot takes on certain issues of the day do not help us collectively as black people, and they don't sound as wise. At the same time, they got the right as any idiot white person to spew stupid shit on the internet as well. I'm not trying to take away from black people, but it's just like, dude, we still need prominent people that are black in the West, not just America, but the West, to speak more intelligently about shit. Like the one last example, and I'm gonna shut up.
What are you
Like the
talking
whole
about, bro? I'm talking about white people complaining about the national and black people have nothing to do with this. That's why I'm like LeBron
no,
James.
well,
And
you're distracting
what the
with the
world?
point I'm trying to make. You're distracting from the point I'm trying to make. And the point I'm trying to make, hold on, let me finish and I'll just shut up and let y'all just call me all types of names. But the main thing is we spend too much time worrying about stupid shit about what white people think about the black national anthem. Like, dude, there's a national anthem. We have one nation, it's called America. Get over it. I don't know what to tell you. It's one national anthem, whether we were included or not in our history or not. The white people in charge decided this is the national anthem, and until now we were just like, oh, we need a black national
I think
anthem.
you're
For
getting it
what
wrong.
reason? I still don't understand. I'm just saying, I still don't understand why we need it. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's been able to articulate to me why this is needed, why this is going to help,
But
how this is going to help black people.
I just was trying to, because because you went a long way. I just want trying to figure out, like, so you agree that they should be upset that they had the black. That's all I was asking. Like,
They have a right to be upset. I don't really care, like, to be honest, because I know this issue alone, just me talking about it, just wastes my freaking time. I don't care about no black national. I
Yeah,
don't
I don't
care
know why
about
you're going so
sports
long
ball.
for. Yeah, I don't know why you're going so long,
Because
that's not the point.
the Negroes like y'all that think
That's not even the
stuff like
point,
that is
bro.
important for
You
black
talking
people to
about?
even care
I'm
about.
not even
You
talking
brought it
about
up.
that, bro.
You
I
brought
know.
it up.
I know, because you went on a whole nother tangent. You're talking about LeBron James and all this other stuff. That's not what I was even. I was just trying to ask you, bro. Like, yo, like the black national anthem. You saying there shouldn't be a black national anthem? So you agree that with their complaints that there shouldn't be a black national anthem? It was like,
I'm just
yeah,
saying,
I
I
agree with
didn't
their
say that.
complaints.
No,
Instead of,
I didn't say they shouldn't have it. I said it's stupid as hell. It's virtue
all right, so
signaling. It
you
does nothing
agree.
for black people.
So you
No,
agree
I
with
didn't.
their
No,
complaint.
stop trying to
So you
pigeonhole
don't
me, sir.
agree. So no, you
No,
don't agree.
look, I'm
Damn.
just saying
God.
how
Okay, never mind.
look. All I'm saying is how I feel about it, and how I feel about it
That's
is
all I'm
it's
asking you.
look. All I'm saying is it's a waste of time. It's virtue signaling. It does nothing for black people. We already
So
have
you
a national
agree.
anthem in America. Get over it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
We have
so
more
you
important.
agree. That's what I was asking you this whole time. You didn't have to go on that long tangent. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
cause
why
they,
are we
Can I
talking
just add
about the
a
Black
touch of
national
context?
anthem?
I just want to ask him another question.
Wait, let me just add a
Yeah, go
touch
ahead.
of context. I'm looking up the history of the actual anthem, right? I'm just going to read this off. I'm just going to summarize this, right? Okay,
Does
written
it
by Jay.
matter?
Yeah. I'm gonna get to the point. It does, because it is black. Okay. It was first recited in 1900. Okay, "Lift Every Voice and Sing" was communally sung within black communities. All right, I'm a
In
fast forward. It was
every church,
history.
literally,
Hold up,
even today.
wait.
I
History.
remember
Okay,
literally
um,
singing the same song as a child in church. What? You ain't saying nothing.
yeah. All right.
Listen. Okay, hold on. Listen. Okay, after the Great Fire of 1901, the Johnsons, it was him and his brother made the song and wrote it. Moved to New York City. Okay. and they went to Broadway. The people who wrote the song went to Broadway, right? In the years that followed, Lift Every Voice and Sing was sung within Black communities. Johnson wrote that, quote, the school children of Jackson kept singing it. They went off to other schools and sang it. They became teachers and taught it to other children. Within 20 years, it was being sung all over the South and in some other parts of the country. So this is not a minor song. Now, I will also say that the NAACP has something to do with calling it the, quote, Negro National Anthem. So I can have some sense that maybe the idea, wait, let me just say, yeah. So the idea of saying that maybe it isn't our national anthem, you can look at it both ways, because the NAACP at that time, even, and you know what I'm saying, it's NAACP, right? So it's like, what they are promoting
was started by Jewish people.
Yeah,
the NAACP.
I know that. Yes, I'm with it. Yes. I agree with it. That's what I'm saying. But the song itself, listen.
Care about a Democrat organization's
No. I'm trying to give you chronology. Chronology matters. Timing of all this matters. They sung the song before the NAACP got their hands on to even knowing that Black people sang the song. So I agree with you to an extent that we don't really need to be focused on it, because for certainly it's not, when we call it the Negro National Anthem, Black people really weren't trying to push it as a national anthem. It's just something that someone else picked up on as a cultural affinity.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say, I know, and y'all kind of went. That's why I was trying not to get them to answer so long. I thought it was going to be quick, but because I was just wanted to see. I just was asking the question to see something. You know what I'm saying? Because I know if we talk about something that's like, trauma bonding and race hustling and all of this stuff, but if they complain about it, it's not. That's all I was saying. I just wanted to see what his answer would be. Go ahead, Black Magus, because we got to get off of it.
I already know the answer to this question, so I really don't even want to ask them. But have you ever met any diehard white racemen, like the Handsome Guy or Giuseppe, Richard Spencer, any of them? Have you ever sat down with any race first white person?
Yes, I've been in the presence of a couple of white nationalist types, or white nationalist adjacent types. And also for years, I've actually talked to these people. So I know white supremacists and white supremacy very well. Because I've spent time talking to these people. So I know what they're about and what they want and what they are afraid of, or what they want to fight for, and how they think about Black people. A lot of y'all just get emotional and don't even, consider, stuff. You just go, I don't know what I'm just saying, like, most of the time I'm just astonished at how Black people approach racism in general these days.
All right, man. We're not ask for a biography, man. Just ask the question, and that's it. What I want. Oh yeah, what I wanted to get at then, since you've met with them, then you should know, and because you said that you idolize Garvey, you do know that Garvey met with the KKK, Malcolm X met with the KKK, Khalid Abdul Muhammad almost met with the KKK.
Oh yeah, there's a famous picture with Norman Rockwell and the NOI, or is it NOI, or is it Nation, or whatever. They're sitting in the front row, and there's all those strong, just good-looking brothers behind them, just like looking confident.
So I'm glad you know this.
Working together. Yeah, I know this.
I'm glad you know this. I'm glad you know this. So you should also know that those white nationalists only approached those Black people because they said that they liked the fact that they were strong and understood who they were, and that they wanted their own things, and that they were okay with actually carving out a piece of America for the Black man. Or if you wanted to go back to Africa, go back to Africa. We'll help you get there. That was stout white nationalists who did that. When they hear people like you talking, they actually laugh. You say that you've been in their presence. I don't know which ones you have been in. I don't know if you got to be privy to any personal conversations, but trust me, I tune into HT, the Handsome Guy. I tune into Giuseppe. I tune into a lot of white nationalists, even David Duke. I grew up in New Orleans when David Duke ran for governor of New Orleans against Governor Edwin Edwards. I know how these people talk. I come from the dirty South. I think I pretty much understand how they are. And they are strong and stout on accepting a black man who is strong and stout and knowing he is a black man and that he wants to do for his black race. They don't like people who talk sideways like you do, who talk about, well, we need to build these bonds together. They don't go for that. So when you get in here with your little hee hee and kikiing, trust and believe. Go step up to a real one, and I bet you we won't see you on here again.
All right, man. So yeah, man, we gotta yeah, but yeah, and I think that this kind of demonstrated, like, yo, we don't even think for ourselves, and our perspective doesn't come from our own. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, the person who tried to, like, give me a strike. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but mulatto people are mulatto. You know what I'm saying? The mother and the father, and just because I say that doesn't mean I hate them. And first rifleman, just because I say, oh, I want black people to be good, doesn't mean I hate them. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about, because I don't, I don't know. I'm gonna ask y'all, when have y'all heard me say the word white supremacy? You know what I'm saying? Because white supremacy, in turn, it means, black inferiority. And I don't agree with that, you know what I'm saying? But to say that I want us to have like hospitals and grocery stores, and I want a lot of black people to have channels showing other black people how to arm themselves, doesn't mean, oh, I hate a Chinese person. Because why don't you be like, I hate Chinese people? Because I say the same thing about them, or about Mexicans. I don't hate none of them. You know what I'm saying? It don't got nothing to do with none of them. And I think that we got to get them out of our head as far as our perspective. And I'm not going to ignore the things that they've done, things they continue to do, because the cycle keeps repeating over and over and over. And as long as you be like, well, we can work together and be on that people of color thing. And I know you all disagree with it and call it a democratic thing, but that's literally what you're saying when you be on the Republican plantation.
Nah,
But
not really.
a little
But
bit,
you
because you earlier,
guys like to misinterpret. You guys like to misinterpret like what I say.
that's not, because people know, Tom. People always keep saying I'm misinterpreting. I'm gonna show you right now that I'm not. You said, because earlier I was like, yo, when I was like, for your channels for black people, you was like, well, no, I want black white people, and you know what I'm saying, this person and that person. I'm saying, no, I want black. I want this to be for black people. I'm not gonna be like, well, I care about a poor white person, not because I hate them, not because I don't care either way. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not caring about them. You know what I'm saying? You said, well, I forgive them and all of this stuff. But go ahead.
Nah, it's just no winning. It's just we're always gonna be perpetual victims, and it is what it is. But like I said, I fuck with black people that want to build, and that's it. That's how I think you're gonna keep the black race moving forward, just being productive people, and go from there. There's black Americans that are going to Africa and other parts of the world, and they're trying to start engines of growth, and they're trying to build foundations of generational wealth. And go ahead. Those are the black people that are gonna make sure we don't get exterminated and the white man kills us and all this other stuff that people are obsessing over and yelling about and pontificating about. And they killed us, they raped us, they did this to us. And just all day about that, but not about growing, not about just learning about to get to the next century. And that's what I focus on. I'm hyper focused on the future and going forward as people. That's what I want to focus on. So yeah, I get it. You can say I ignore it and like, oh, I like white people, or oh, we got to work together with white people, or whatever how you interpret what I say. That's fine. All I know is the black people I identify with and I fuck with are productive people. And that's how we win. Instead of obsessing about black hair, obviously we need to make sure our women wear their own natural hair instead of trying to be like Caucasian women. We venerate ourselves in a healthy way, and we just build. And once we build, nobody can ignore us. Okay? People are going to come at us correct. And that's what
why you don't get on why you don't get on Pan Africanism Strikes Back with this kind of rhetoric?
Oh no, that's my nigga right there.
Oh, see, I mean, I guess I see how you think of him.
I'm older than Brandon, and I look up to him.
But for you to refer to him as your in, I mean, instead of your brother, I mean, that goes to show you what your mentality is on black people.
No, I just recognize that he is a intellect. He's my intellectual better when it comes to Pan-Africanism. That's all. I'm not trying to sell myself short, but he is vastly more knowledgeable on this subject, and I've learned so much just by listening to that brother. And just another thing, like a brother like College Genesis, where when he talks about Liberia, and there's another sister called Lady Fowl or Fang or whatever. Not Fang, not Fang Tribe, not that crazy bitch. But there's
black women are
out there
bitches now.
Okay, sorry.
So black women are bitches now.
I misspoke. Sorry. But what I'm trying to say is, I, as a black man, can see people that are my intellectual better on certain subjects, especially when it comes to black history or black thought, or all things African. I can coalesce around what they're saying because they can prove what they're saying, and it's healthy. So that's why and people can call it being a sycophant or whatever the hell they want to call it. And I tell Brandon, like, hey, I don't stroke his ego all the time, but it's just like he is able to present Pan-Africanism in a concise way that makes sense and it's logical. Like, people can grow, black people can grow. So that's why it's just like everything else is just victimhood and just like so that's all I'm saying. Like, you can say I'm not on the team of black people, that's fine. You can keep saying that, but at the end of the day, I bear fruit. So it is what it is.
Go ahead, forecast.
Nah, all right. So I'm gonna let y'all finish, but because we gotta wrap it up. And I just wanted to say the first rifleman. Hey, keep in mind, because it's already hard enough when you come on. I don't mind when you come on, but people be complaining when y'all be like, because they be like, I want my kids to listen and stuff like this, and you be using cuss words and stuff like this. So like, just keep that in mind for next time for anybody who come on here. But y'all go ahead. You know what I'm saying? And
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, I tune into Pan-Africanism Strikes Back every once in a while, and a couple of the other two people who you kind of mentioned, and the one commonality I see with them and with your own mentality is that y'all like to beat up on black people, and then you want to blame black people for their problems and their issues, but still beat up on black people. And I'm not understanding, how do you fix something by berating it? Like, you can't. You just can't. I need some semblance of understandings on this one.
You would rather be killed by nice words than saved by harsh words. You want people to stroke your ego as a black person, say you're so nice, you're so great, you're the victim, you're this, you're that. You want to hear that. You don't want to hear, okay, you can do this better, you can do this, you can do that. And the thing about it is, it only, if we as black people took shit serious, would only take 1 or 2 generations, and the black community would look 1,000% different from what it looks like now. But we refuse to do that. Why? Because we want people to just say nice things about us and just keep us docile, and that's it. And you're one of those black people that
what would help to dispute that.
You want your biases, and you
Yeah,
want
man,
what you believe.
You have a long win. Like, you got to go into a long explanation.
Bias.
We don't need the long explanation.
It's called confirmation bias, and that's what you love. That's what you tune into.
So that is not what I like. That is not what I appreciate. What I actually appreciate is people who are truth tellers. And see, you don't have to do anything that you just conjectured that black people want if you just tell them the truth. And you know what the truth is? That our babies were alligator bait. They were tied to poles and pulled apart.
Nobody's
even in
denying
the 1990s. No.
Nobody's ever denying that.
You had your time. You always do this. You see, you talk about having somebody being your intellectual better, but you don't even know when you're in the presence of intellect. And that's the problem, is that you think you are a smart person and that you might be a smartest person in the room. And because of that, you feel like you always have something. I didn't say that you're not smart. I just said that you think you're the smartest person in the room. You don't do that when you go over
I
to
didn't
those other
say that. I
platforms.
didn't say
And
that.
I know you
But
don't
some
do
of
that when
what
you
you
go to
said
those other
lets me know I'm
platforms
probably
because
smarter
I
than you.
see you on those other platforms and I see how
The
docile you
probably
are.
person
I
on this
see how
panel I'm probably not
docile you
smarter
are.
than is
You
probably
see?
forecasting. So I'm gonna just keep it 100. But you other two gentlemen, I don't know, man. But you know what I'm saying? I'm not taking away from y'all
I
intelligence.
mean,
You know what I'm saying? Because
I don't care what you think about me.
I think
You
you guys
don't
are
make me.
probably productive black men. You just have kooky ideas about shit. That's all. You know,
Hey,
and so that's it. But I ain't got no hate.
well, look, because you keep saying like this victim. Now, look, if I like hacked your account and took all of your money right now, First Rifleman, would you be a victim of a crime?
Yes.
Okay, would that mean you are like unable to do anything? Would that make you handicapped because you said you are a victim right now?
It depends on how I deal with it.
Well, you could be like, well, you took all of my money, or you could still actually like pursue me, or are you just gonna be like, yo, I'll let it go. You got me, and I'm just whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or are you gonna actually pursue that?
Luckily I have savings.
No, I took all of that. I took everything that you had.
Oh no,
You know
I got hard assets, so I mean it'll hurt, but
So
it's
you
not
just
gonna
like
be a
you got me.
detriment.
So you just like you got me. I'll let it go.
Oh, I'm gonna be mad as fuck. Don't get me wrong. I'll probably cry a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm be fine.
You wouldn't pursue charges. You wouldn't try to find out who did it.
Well,
You wouldn't try to get it back
but
or
the
anything.
justice system is for rich people.
Oh my God, this dude he's an idiot.
All right, so
What?
but
The justice
anyway.
system isn't for rich people.
Now what if I took your money? I said I got your money, and I just be like, well, I got it. So what? It is what it is. The past is the past. Now just go make it again. Like, would you be cool with that?
I mean, we have a system where if somebody steals a certain amount of money from your bank account through fraud, they are supposed to get charges.
Supposed
And
to.
yeah, but it depends on your locale. Some district attorneys believe in setting criminals free, or whatever. So it just depends. Like I know that some of the counties where I fuck with, oh, your ass, they're definitely gonna track you down and get you. But if you're like in some of these big blue cities where you got a black female mayor or something, probably just come after you and just like, oh, you're a victim of a crime too. You're a criminal, so we're just gonna let you go free. Bail reform. So yeah.
And then you just be like, oh well, they just got me, and it is what it is. And if you bring it up again, I'll just be like,
That's
yo,
why.
you bringing up the past? Shut
Well,
up.
my bank has protection to where nobody.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to know what city has a black female mayor where the black female mayor put forth the laws that allows her to let these people go that you just claimed.
Say that again.
I want to know what black city that has a black female as the mayor who uses these laws to let people get free of whatever they do. I want to know no, I asked you, did they
Chicago.
put it on? Did they put it on the books? Did the black woman put it on the books?
Come on, man. Look, Chicago.
So Chicago has a black woman as a mayor?
Yes.
She don't call herself a black woman. She don't act like a black woman.
Well, she's a lesbian.
But okay, we'll say
She's a
Chicago.
black woman.
No, okay,
She
we'll say
identifies as a
Chicago.
black.
Look, we'll go with it. We'll say Chicago. We'll go with it. We'll say Chicago. Now name another one. And tell me. And oh wait, before we move on though, tell me what law that Lori Lightfoot put on the books to exempt anything that black people do as a crime.
Look, big cities in America. Okay.
What law? No, all I asked was
Oh
what
my
law.
God! Listen to me. I'm trying to give you background to it,
No,
brother.
because you talk a lot
I'm trying to give you
and you go into
background to it,
conjuncture.
brother.
All I asked was what law.
I'm
You
gonna
should be able
go
to
into
cite it.
logic
You
so
should be able
you
to
can
say the name of
understand
the
what I'm
law.
saying, sir.
It wasn't multiple choice. It wasn't fill in the blank. It was just name it.
Can I talk, please? and answer
Yeah,
your
but
question.
when you talk, you go on a tirade
Can I,
for nothing.
okay, I'll keep this concise.
All right, after this last exchange, that's it, y'all. But y'all finish this exchange, and then that's gonna be it, y'all.
Okay, cool. I'll keep it concise, brother. You know, to save you. Okay. Look, here's the deal. We I forgot what I was saying. Damn.
Because you
Yeah, I
wasn't saying
forgot.
nothing.
Yeah, okay, cool. You can end this forecast. I'm done too.
All right. So yeah,
You proved my point.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. But whatever.
You proved my point. I didn't say I proved it. I said you proved it.
No,
Hey,
you didn't prove your point.
Hey, First Rifleman, and start saying us instead of y'all. You know, when you talk about black people, you black too, bro.
I'm black.
Us, yeah, that's what I said. It's us. You was like y'all keep when you was like talk about black people. You
Well,
like,
I mean, when certain black people have other mindsets, I don't consider them us because and I think forecast, you probably say stuff like this. I never used to say this stuff, but I guess I believe it now. You know, all skin folk ain't kin folk. I know you've
no,
heard
I
that
don't
one
say
before,
that.
right?
Yeah, I
Oh, you
heard it,
don't
but
say
I
that?
don't say that. No, I don't say
Oh,
that.
okay.
Forecast.
Okay, cool,
He has a good one though. He has a good one with
cool.
that.
I've never heard you say that. So cool. Okay, I was just making
No,
sure.
I actually appreciate that he puts himself like that, and he rather say y'all than us, because I have a y'all and us mentality as well, and
Well, yeah,
he ain't one
because
of us.
you sound kind of weak, my brother.
Yeah, I can
Because you
sound
worry
whatever you
about white
like.
people a lot, my brother.
No, I don't bang on white people. I bang on them
No,
all,
you worry
even
about
Negroes
them a
like you.
lot. You worry about them a lot, it seems.
Nah, I don't worry. I don't worry about you. Let me tell you, I don't worry nothing about white people. My first and foremost thing that I teach people is to look out for people like you. And when they come across them, bust them upside the head when
What
they
am
get a
I gonna
chance
do to
to.
black people? Okay, so what am I gonna do to a black person?
You are going to continue the same thing that every person like you has done. Hold
Okay,
us back.
what okay, how am I actually holding black people back? Come on, be precise. Okay,
Your
besides
verbiage
people,
tonight
okay,
is proof enough of what you will do to hold us back.
hold on. You got a place like Southside Chicago where it's literally open season on young black men and boys, okay? But you talk about me on the internet trying to tell black people to prepare themselves and defend themselves against white supremacy. I'm the problem.
You said you were going to do that like an hour ago. You ain't left to go do that yet, so I don't think you're serious about it.
That's fine. That's fine. I got all night. You don't pay my bills. But look, in all seriousness, I just don't understand how I am the problem and you got to tell people to like look out for me. But you know,
Well,
I'm actually trying to prepare black people to do something productive. So I
because
just
like
really
forecast said tonight, because you follow the rhetoric of people like Thomas Sowell. Like, dude, you're not for the betterment of black people. You're for the betterment of integration.
Real black
Now, I tell
gentleman.
black people to go back to Africa. What are you talking about? I tell black people to build in Africa.
Hey, real black gentleman, are you us or y'all?
I'm us. But what I wanted to say, you know what I'm saying, the brother, you know what I'm saying, in light of the sentencing, you know what I'm saying, the monster, you know what I'm saying, the brother who, you know what I'm saying, who stepped up, right? He was an inventor. He was a security guard and an inventor. Our black people are doing the most. Let's not forget, man. That's all.
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
The security guard at the top store, sir. The security guard who
yeah, he
confronted
was
the
trying to
shooter.
build. Okay, I get you. Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Just so we clear, he was about something. That's all.
Yeah, he was, and it's unfortunate what happened, you know, and that's why, you know, just we got to be more vigilant. You know, I wish more black people had firearms in that space to where maybe they could have responded and blew that white boy away. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I wish
Why would you
happened.
advocate for that man? I mean, he didn't deserve to be
Advocate.
blown away, did he?
No, you didn't probably hear what I just said.
I did hear what
It's
you said.
it's unfortunate that very smart brother that served his community as a police officer had his life taken by that crazed white supremacist. What I'm saying is, I just wish more black people had firearms or concealed carry firearms to where they could have responded to blew that white boy away that took his life.
But why did they need to blow that white boy away? Why didn't they just help him,
Oh my
get the
God.
help that he needed?
Forecast. This is what I'm talking. This is why I'm saying y'all sometimes. Because of shit like this.
No, I'm just asking you a question.
You don't understand where I'm coming from, then I can't help you, brother.
I didn't say I didn't understand your question. I just asked you a question. Why could they not help that young white man get mental help? Why do we have to have
He literally went in the store and killed a whole bunch of black people because they were black.
And have we seen that happen before?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking. I'm starting to get mad now because this makes no sense.
No, I just asked you, have we seen that happen before? That's all I asked you. Dylan Roof.
And what does that have to do with black people having more firearms to respond? Huh?
Because you keep saying white people ain't gonna do nothing to you.
Okay, okay, I'm done. You're making my fucking brain cells go down lower. You really just either you're ignorant or you're like knowingly being dense, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like I literally advocate for black people to have the means to defend themselves at all times.
But
I don't know what
who do we have to defend ourselves from?
Even in New York, I don't think they would have the ability to do so because I don't think New York is even a carry state.
Because Negroes vote Democrat and Democrats take guns. What are you talking about?
Did that stop him from going into Tops though and shooting up the place? Because they took away guns. Exactly.
All right,
Stay silent.
So,
you keep busting yourself with everything you say.
You're just stupid as fuck.
No, real black gentlemen just basically put it out. It ain't black people who created those gun laws, man. Black people didn't create those gun laws in New York.
I'm gonna just have to keep it 100. Both of y'all intelligence is lacking.
All right. So, all right. I don't want to ask no more questions, but I do got one more for real. Hey, first rifleman. All right. So today, does racism exist today?
Of course it does. What? That's stupid.
Oh no, people like Candace Owens say it don't exist.
Okay, you can take her words literal. She doesn't literally mean there's no racism. What she's saying is the racism the racism that black people mostly complain about today is racism from back in the day. Okay, the racism that we complain about, like there's racism and there's maybe quote unquote systematic racism in certain ways. I'm not saying that in certain systems like criminal justice system and certain like that. Like nobody's not saying that. What we're saying is largely what black people complain about is like the battles of yesterday. Okay. And we focus our energies on shit that don't help us. That's what that statement means.
Okay.
Yeah, how's what happened in 2000 and 1990 and 1980 things of the past.
No, hold on, because I had to do all of that to get him to bite on that. I had to throw Candace Owens out there to get him to even bite on that one, to fall for that trap. You know what I'm saying? Because okay, so is you talking about the racism of old? Does the Democrats still practice like racism of old?
They perpetuate shit that that it disadvantages us as a race. From abortion or Planned Parenthood to making sure black people can't have a means to defend themselves from crazed white supremacists. They have a way of making sure or letting crazed criminals out of jail, violent criminals out of jail through bail reform. They do shit to make black people's lives harder and more dangerous.
So you're saying yes?
Whatever. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so there is racism.
You got to spring your trap. Go ahead.
So there is racism of old that you just said that doesn't exist anymore.
That's not racism of old. No, nobody's dragging niggas behind.
You just said yes.
Anymore.
That's why I just asked you if you said yes.
Nobody's lynching black people and dragging them from the back of trucks. in mass like they used to. They're not on horseback throwing firebombs on black people's
When the
houses like
last
they
time
used
that when the last time that happened?
to. It doesn't happen in the numbers it used to. And it
Oh,
No, but
literally
when
only
did it
happened
happen?
in the South.
When did it happen though?
It doesn't matter.
okay. So the
Because he doesn't know.
Democrats. So the Democrats is not like the races of old, and according to America's First Rifleman. So I don't know why you.
I never said that.
So they are the races of old.
No, I never said that.
So they are not then.
I never said.
That's why
Okay,
I'm asking you. Are they?
I never said you are putting words on me. I never
I know.
said they
I'm
were
trying to ask
racist
you.
or whatever. I just know they have systems in place that disadvantage black people. That's all I'm saying.
And it's kind of like the old days, right?
Nah, not really, because black people
So
participate.
so
Black
Democrats,
people participate.
black people didn't participate in the
Black people
1800s. What are you talking?
participate in a criminal justice system that historically and statistically disadvantage them, especially black men.
So first rifleman. So okay, that's fine, fair enough. So you're saying that first rifleman is saying that the Democrats do not practice racism of old that like that disparages us
No,
economically or no?
old Democrat racism is going on horseback with your fucking your white mask and trying to burn down a black church or try to catch black people after dark and kill them. That's the Democrat racism of old. They have different ways of being racist.
Oh, so their racism is updated. So now we got
I
to worry
guess
about.
if you want to say that, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so we do have to worry about updated racism as black people.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've already said several times racism
Well,
exists. I mean, hell,
no.
I mean,
I'm saying
also
you said
and
we can
also
talk
black
about
people
it as
can be
trauma
racist
bonding
too.
though.
Black people can be racist too. So
How?
No,
How
I don't
so?
think black.
because
You can't. I'll tell you right now. I bet you. I put $100 right now. You can't be racist to nobody.
yeah, you can.
I said you can't.
Oh, I can't.
No,
I could. I have the ability to, but I just
no,
think
you
it's
don't.
stupid.
I bet you don't have the ability to.
No, I do. No, I do
No,
have
no,
the
no.
ability, but I will not do that because I'm not like stupid.
Yeah,
I'm not.
you won't do it because you think it's stupid. You don't have the ability to do it. Black people don't have the ability because they think it's stupid. But I
That's
mean,
definitely not true. That's definitely not true. Black people definitely. I've seen black people be racist. So,
you have.
oh
Maybe
yeah, I've seen it.
prejudice,
No, not even black people. Not even prejudice. Prejudice means to prejudge.
bias. I mean, Khaled, you know what I'm saying? If you want to go with what Khaled said, but like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You need two parts of that. You know, black people only have one.
No, and I'm not prejudging. Like, yo, nobody's prejudging anybody. Like, you don't welcome everybody in. Like, black people, the only one that accept biracials is black, and y'all done talked about is hateful, and you done said this is hateful and that is hateful. You don't have, because me and Bakari had this argument, and I done been you. You don't have the ability to be racist because it's people like you that be like, oh, that's dumb as
Can you
hell.
look at? I can tell you the definition of racism. You
What's
can
that?
put it up on the screen if you want. If you're
No,
a
you could
brave
just say
man.
it. Just say it.
Oh
Go ahead.
yeah, because
I'll
you're
take
not
your
that
word for it.
brave. That's why. That's
No, you
why.
can just say it. It's irrelevant. You going to be like somebody who thinks they're superior? That what
It's
you
showing. Okay, it's showing antagonize. Okay, if you antagonize, show prejudice, and you I guess you discriminate against a certain race of people, that's considered racist. That's
okay.
so
So
black
let's
people
go.
have the ability.
So
Black
okay,
people
time
have
out.
the ability to
Let's
do
figure this
that.
out. Okay, so discriminate. What do black
But
people have
okay,
the
pull up.
ability?
Okay,
One by
okay,
one, one by
forecast.
one, one
Pull
by
up,
one,
pull
one by
up,
one.
pull up the definition and put it on the screen,
No,
brother.
we're going by that definition. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna go through that definition. That you said
So
it's
black people can't do that. Black
I'm
people don't
asking
have.
you. I'm asking you, what do black
I
people
said
have the
yes, but you won't answer the
I
question.
know. Listen to no, we're going through all three. You saying that we have the ability to do three things, right? Number one was discrimination. Okay, you're saying we have the ability. Okay, I'm with you. So what do we have the ability to discriminate on?
People's skin color.
What? That's not like discrimination, because that would be prejudice, right? Because that's the next one. So you're skipping ahead. I'm talking about discrimination, because we can go to prejudice and whatever the third one. Or you want to skip that one because that's not true, or you just gonna say that's not true. Because we can go to prejudice next and then the third one. We're going through your definition since we're so scared. Or are you scared now to go through your definition?
No, you're just kind of wasting my time now,
I
Forecast.
know
But
I'm
whatever.
wasting your time now. You just said, "Are you so scared to put it on the screen?" We're going
Yeah,
through the
you are. You're not
definition.
putting it on the
Let's
screen.
put it
Get
on,
up,
because
get up
okay,
the
let's put it on
Webster's dictionaries
Webster's
of
dictionary. Because
racist.
it's still going to be the same question. So maybe while I pull it up, think about it. What's the answer? Because you just named the three. You just said it. We're talking about the thing, and you're saying I'm scared to pull
It's
it
in
up.
a
I don't
nutshell,
understand.
but you didn't. But like, put it on the screen, and we can go
Lord
through
have mercy.
how black people can do it.
Webster's dictionary. Prejudice. You said racist. Okay, so let me share the screen. I hope you're thinking of a good answer here while I'm doing this, because it's the same thing. It's still going to be the same question.
Hurry up.
You can start the answer now. Let me see here. Where did I put it at? Racist. Webster's dictionary. Racist. Relating to or characterized by racist, such as having, reflecting, or fostering the belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, that racial differences produce an inherent superiority of a particular race. That's what you're saying black people are? You still there? Maybe he fell out. Are y'all
Yeah,
still
I'm
there?
here. No. I'm here. That's a little
That's the
bit
wrong
different.
one? Okay, maybe it's the wrong one. Because that one is actually better for you, because I would have had to say yes, so you don't want to use that one? Because I don't think y'all do that, but maybe you
It
could
could
say
be the
you do.
Oxford Dictionary.
Oxford. That one was better for you, actually. But okay.
Put racists. Or just put racist. Just
put racist?
Yeah.
Okay, this is it?
Yeah.
Characterized by showing prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism. So which one are you saying? Antagonism? Or do you want to go through each one? Or you want
I
to pick
mean, it just said, like, so black people they're not capable of showing antagonism towards another race of people, i.e. like a Asian person.
What you mean, like by mocking? Like, what do you mean antagonizing them?
I mean, do you know what antagonize means?
I
Don't
don't
really
think you
boy.
are. I don't think no, because I'm
You
saying
don't know,
no.
so you don't know what
No.
antagonize means.
No, I'm
Come on,
saying
man.
no. I'm saying my answer to that question is no. That's what I'm saying. Are you saying black people would be antagonizing Asians and stuff? Because all I
What
hear is
I'm saying is,
black and
so
yellow,
black
black and
people
brown.
have no capacity to be antagonistic towards any other race of people. That's what you're saying.
I wish they did, but unfortunately, we got too many people like yourself that will never do that because it's so
Oh my
rare.
God. Okay. Oh, there
Absolutely.
you go. See, this is where you become disingenuous, Forecast. But
How?
that's fine.
So show me. Okay,
That's
show me
fine.
the black person. So show me the black person that's antagonizing Asians. Please show
You
me this.
can literally look up TikTok
Who?
videos of black people being
Show me
racist
one.
against Asians and other
Show me
people.
one. Because you could say me, because you probably would say me. Because show me one. You keep saying you would
I
show
don't even know what
millions
you
of
look like.
examples and never
I
show
don't even
one.
know what you look like, Forecast, so I can't say that.
Well, hey, well that's on you.
You
Well,
know, I think
if y'all would have came to the meetings, then you would. So you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Forecast. I think that the issue is that
Yeah,
the
I know.
definition does not really fit the criteria of what he needs. And
I know.
so when you define what racist
Oh,
is,
this is so
to be
boring.
racist means that you have the actual power
This is
to exert your
boring.
power upon another group of people and that those people then cannot do anything about it. That's what it means to be racist. Black people have
Antagonism.
no system of power. We can antagonize any damn body. Everybody
No.
antagonize everybody. That's what comedians do.
So hold on.
Comedians antagonize
Which
people.
black people show active hostility or opposition to Asians? Like y'all can't stop going to get y'all nails done and going to the thing. Y'all, we just talked about white people for a half an hour. Why y'all can't stop looking at them? Y'all don't antagonize them. Y'all flag me for talking about hate speech because I say a biracial person ain't black. Like y'all don't got that kind of energy. Like you just sat here and just said, "Oh, that's wrong. That's horribly wrong," and all of this stuff. Like who said it's wrong?
He just antagonized us. I guess he's racist. He's black on black racist. He just antagonized us.
I guess you could say if it's black on black, that's I guess you could say that black on black racism. I guess
it still ain't, because what system of power do black people have that they can exert upon black people to subjugate them?
Oh, like I guess
it's kind of oxymoronic.
Is he still there? Because you celebrate.
Oh no, he dipped, man. He dipped. He don't like when I talk. He said
well,
black
he told
man,
me
just
he
talk
said
some
I'm scared
stuff.
to bring up this. He said I'm scared to bring this up, and then I brought it up. Active hostility. I said, show me things. Show me one thing. Like I'll give him a chance to come back later. Show me one thing where you are hostile. You are actively hostile or active hostility or opposition.
I mean, he called me kooky. He said my intelligence was lacking. You know what I'm saying? I never said any. I actually did not say thank you for being a soldier. I mean, well, damn, man. All right.
But he chose to antagonize you instead.
Yeah, but that's my thing. And if I say anything about a white person, guess what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna get on here and talk about I hate white people and I'm trauma bonding. Like y'all get out of here. I done been through this with Bakari, like with this racist stuff. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't have a racist bone in y'all damn body. And that's my point. He ran when he talking about, oh, I'm scared to show the definition because he couldn't go through prejudice. Well, prejudice he might would have tried, but that would have been dumb. Because that was a trap waiting for him. Discrimination, he damn sure couldn't do discrimination. That's why I just went to antagonism to give him a chance to make a good argument. But he ran, just say, "Oh well, there's 100 videos on TikTok about black people." Well, show me one of a video on TikTok if that's your example. Show me one of those then, because I was willing to take that example if that's like that was a good example.
I just want to say, look, I think I could talk to him in a lot of ways, because I think, you know what I'm saying, I see where he's coming from, but you know what I'm saying, a lot of it I think he does too much to block out the blackness in you don't have to do that in order to be effective and productive. And like a lot of it is like being brief matters. You know, I know when I'm long-winded, you can be long-winded, but there's a time to just say an answer and stop and just take it in. You know what I'm saying? Don't react. And this is what this is how you strengthen your composure.
You know what that is, though, right? Real black gentleman.
Well,
that's the conjecture. That's when you don't have facts to back up anything that you say, and so you go on a long tirade. And when you go on tirades, you know what you usually do? You get off subject.
Yeah.
How many times any of us asked him something or said something, or that big tirade he went on with Forecast on just talking about the national anthem? He goes all over the place because he has conjecture, right? So when he talked about, these are old things, these things never happened. Well, if he loves Trump so much, let me ask y'all, do y'all know who was the first person that was executed once Donald Trump reenacted the federal execution law?
Who that?
It was John William King. Do you know who that is?
Mm-mm.
John William King is one of the 3 white people who drugged James Byrd in Jasper, Texas, behind the back of a truck in 1998. But that happened a long time ago, though.
That's why I asked him when was the last time, because you mentioned somebody getting tied up by a truck. I was like, when the last time that happened? You know what I'm saying? Well, it happens every now and then, though.
Yeah, just because there's no police report on it, just because there's no cell phone footage of it, he acts as if there's not things going on that we don't get to see. There are still, since I would say when the last story I read, there are still in the early 2000s black people who are literally enslaved in some rural southern town because they don't know what year it is, they don't know what technology is, they don't know any of that. You can watch the documentary on a family who they were found in the 1970s, 1980s to still be living on a plantation, didn't know that you were free, black man, black woman. But again, here we go with the you want to blame Whitey, blame Whitey, blame Whitey. You have to blame the system, and we did not create the system that has put black people within the subjugation that they have. Well, let me rephrase that: not the subjugation, the degradation that we see in our communities amongst our people. It's not that we're blaming them, it's that we're blaming the system that they constructed. And that every time we try to step from out of that, or we try to highlight that, all of a sudden it's reverse racism or something like that. When you don't have the facts to stand on anything that you say, you sound exactly like these dumbass white supremacists who don't even come with facts themselves. All they do is talk about, oh well, I seen this. Did he not just say what he seen on TikTok? We didn't ask you what you seen on TikTok. We wanted you to provide us with evidence. You said that this stuff happens in, Democrat cities, that there's a black female who's the mayor, and then, they just let the people off. Okay, well, tell us where. And that's how you're supposed to handle people like that. Whenever they come with anything that they say, you're just supposed to ask them, okay, show me the evidence. And that will shut them up right then and there. It won't shut him up, unfortunately, because he's going to continue to go on.
Well, no, that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Because, like, yo, and he actually never did that before, but he actually like ran this time. You know what I'm saying? And see, I don't have to go on a 20-minute soliloquy. If he asks me a question, I'll be like, yes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna say, yo, show me, because you know what? You don't see other groups of people sitting there doing what he's doing, talking about how racist people and this don't exist, and you need to get off your victim mentality, and the stuff that happened to you don't matter. You don't see other groups of people doing that. And the irony is, you know what I'm saying, he was like, oh well, you see black people and like, yo, black people is not going, and then turn around and talk about how scared black people are of other people. If you that scared, how are you antagonizing somebody that you're scared of if you really believe that? And he told me to bring up this thing, talking about, oh, you're scared. I was like, you don't have to do that. I tried to even save him, and then I tried to even be like, well, we can go through one by one. And he was like, well, no, bring it up, because he couldn't say nothing about discrimination. He couldn't say nothing about prejudice. He could make an argument about antagonism, but he didn't do it. I gave him a chance, and I told him, okay, well, show me one. I would have took a TikTok video of a black person antagonizing Asian person, and maybe you can even play mine. But you know what I'm saying, like, yo, like, maybe that's your best bet, because I don't think y'all have the energy. Y'all don't have the energy for nobody else but your own. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We got self-hatred. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that energy for nobody else. The guns is all pointed inward, not outward. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. He actually like ran that time from that one, and he told me to bring up this one, and I told him to use the last definition, the Oxford definition of race.
No, the Webster's, because he told you to go to the Oxford second. But
yeah,
forecast, you got to stop saying soliloquy. That's a good proper term. That's not for what he just did. What he did was just diatribe, just talking around in circles, and he added no substance to the conversation with those things.
And the thing is, that's why I tried to show him. He had a better argument with this, reflecting or fostering the belief that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and capacities, that racial differences produce inherent superiority. And I have literally on this one have said this, so he could have actually got me with this one, but he was so quick to go to the other one, you know what I'm saying? But like he didn't even think, and the thing is, because he don't believe this, and neither do y'all. That's why I say this for a reason, that black people cannot be racist, because I wish you could, you know what I'm saying? And maybe, if you asked me 100 years ago, I'd be like, yup, black people certainly could. If you ask me today, I'm like, nope, You know why? Because mentality is like his, actually, not the other things, but the mentality is like he has. You know what I'm saying? You
I
don't
mean,
have that energy.
when he pulls his understandings and his whatever he wants to use for his vernacular, out of that very plethysite lexicon that he has, I would have to say that when your entire verbiage and way of thinking is everything that you idolize in this other group of people, then anytime we say something against that group of people, you're going to automatically want to defend it because that's what you hold your values in. He has his values placed within Eurocentrism. He has no value within, I mean, he talks about liking Pan Africanism. I don't know what version of Pan Africanism it is that he likes. I don't practice Pan Africanism myself, but I will definitely say that when it comes to Black nationalism, yes, that's something that I believe in and that I practice. And there are some core tenets in Black nationalism that are instilled in Pan Africanism. But the biggest thing that's in both of them is that you're Black and you do for Black and you do with Black. I don't know where is any of this stuff that he comes from, because again, his values are placed upon Eurocentrism, and it places his mindset in a very fractured state where he talks. I won't say he talks a good game, but he talks to talk. He doesn't talk for anything to give you facts, to give you proof. If he has, a podcast that he's doing, I would highly suspect that his talking points are going to be the talking points of other YouTubers. If any of these other YouTubers actually happen to watch him, they will probably see their own stuff being talked about and being broadcast. He has no originality to him. That's why when we talk about things that we do, like when it comes to racism, okay, we can't use their definition. What are we going to go to Merriam's dictionary for? We're going to use the definition that John Henry Clark gave us. We're going to use the definition of what Amos Wilson gave us, of Khalid Abdul Muhammad. We're going to use our definitions and our terms. What is wrong with us doing for ourselves and creating our own words, our own dictionaries? And if our history books just happen to point to the fact that, every time our people have happened to try to do something, it was a white person who happened to be there to set us back. That is our story. Period.
Yeah. So all right, all right. Real Black John. I'm pass it. Let me say this though. Because I do think that because I know he came on here to troll, and that's how you get rid of troll. It took a good, but he finally ran. You know what I'm saying? And the stuff that he's saying, I do think that it was disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? Because I was willing to have a conversation. I told you to show it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't. But now I do think that it's disingenuous what he's saying, because I tried over and over in simple ways to show him what he's talking about, but instead he talking about LeBron James. When I asked him about do white people have a right to be upset about the national? And I only asked him that because he's gonna say yes, they have a right. But when it comes to us saying, we have a right to be upset that somebody had a knee on their neck for 10 minutes, and you'd be like, get over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was my point, not the history of the national anthem or none of that. But he went on LeBron James and all of this stuff, and I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. But maybe it is a bit disingenuous of everything that he's been saying. You know what I'm saying? Especially when he didn't have the courage to stand on what he was trying to prove, and especially when I said I would take some irrelevant thing like a TikTok video as your evidence of Black people being antagonizing Asians, or you could have said antagonizing white people, but I guarantee you in that video, that Black person will be like, and that's not all Black, it's not all white people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm only talking about racist people, because we got to qualify even that. See, when I say this stuff, I'm not just saying it for no reason, or I'm not just making it up or trying to be right. You know what I'm saying? I would say no if that was the other way. But the fact that I went through this with Bakari, I know for a fact. You know what I'm saying? I don't know for a fact, but I know that with a lot of evidence that Black people it's very hard for Black people to be racist, even when they should be, because you're going to let them come into your business. You're going to hire them. You're going to do all of these things. I'm not just saying this stuff just to say it, but go ahead, Real Black Gentleman.
I mean, what was I going to say? like I said, I don't have no, you know what I'm saying. I'm not mad at him all like that. I don't agree with him. One of the things that he said that I certainly don't agree with him. But going back to the point about the Negro lift every voice and sing, you know what I'm saying? Like that's a genuine black song that black people sung. So like I'm not quick to dismiss it, but just in looking at the history and just discussing it with us, you know what I'm saying, as we're going through, I can sense that okay, an interest, like I said, like an interest is using that song and our cultural affinity to it to kind of, I just say it's like the NAACP is going to start using that as kind of like a, well, we have to obey, like that kind of like that compulsion. So like if it's not coming from us and it's being broadcast on like a corporate level, that's what you watch out for. That's the kind of sensibility I can get. You know what I'm saying? I can disagree with the brother and still find, like, you know what I'm saying, gems and nuggets. You know what I'm saying? Like when he's saying like, he's saying like, yeah, like, but it's our song though. But it's our song. But if I hear it played out of tune and out of touch, yeah, I can find suspicion with it. Yeah. There ain't no, and that's okay.
I just
Yeah.
think he doesn't surround himself around any elders, like just period. Everything he sounds like the typical FBA ADOS people who we see. They jump on social media platforms and that is their only form of information. They don't go to lectures. They don't, meet any elders. They don't talk to those elders on a personal basis. Basis. That's evident in his mentality. And that's why I ask, like, what organizations are you in, what are you doing, especially when it comes to the black people. Anybody can get on YouTube to start, well, I'm trying to get black people trained. Okay, but what sustenance are you going to give them? Because if the only people watching you happen to be, again, those Negroes who he talk about, that's laying up in mom and daddy house or whatever, doing nothing with their lives, and those are the only people who are watching you, well, same thing could be said for FBA and ADOS. You're not bringing anything to those people. You got to get with elders who can center you. If
Yeah,
you don't have anybody to center you, man, you're lost.
You gotta have an older brother. I mean, I you know what I'm saying. I've had fortunate to have the ones I've met in my life. You know what I'm saying. It's just someone to set you straight and to let you know what time it is. You know what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I'm trying to be a bit,
no, but the thing
reserved
is,
in my response, because it's like some of that is just so. I just feel like he was saying some things that are naturally out of place. I'm not going to elaborate any further on
no,
that,
but the thing is though, like when you understand his talking, that's why that's why the questions I asked might seem round, but that's why he isn't able to give a yes or no. That's why I'm like, yo, you putting word? No, I'm not putting. I'm asking you the damn question. I'm telling you to give me the words. Like if you say yes, they'd be like, well, yeah, because you got to know his talking points. Because he was like, racism doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? That's why I had to bring out Candace Owens.
I thought you said everyone can be racist.
Well, racism doesn't exist from white people to black people is what because he go with the Republican talking. That's why you got to know the Republican talking points, because they be like, everything he says is not original. That's why I asked him about the Democrats, because they practice, like they will say that this doesn't exist, but then turn around and say the Democrats do this very thing. That's why he wouldn't answer yes or no if the Democrats practice this thing. That's why he came up with, well, they do it this way and do this, and like, bro, like he will tell you that the Democrats are racist. So yeah, he's another black person complaining about racism. You know what I'm saying? But that's that's the part that they don't want to look at. You know what I'm saying? But like, because the whole Democrat thing, it'll blow his mind if he actually look up the history of that. So that's why I don't want to get into history. But if you know their talking points, you know the questions to ask them to get them, like, you know what I'm saying, to not answer one way or another, you know what I'm saying, to make up some BS. But it's not about him, it's about the talking points, you know what I'm saying, that he's using, because it's not original, and that's the point, But anyway, Man, I gotta get off here. I was
Yeah,
supposed to.
please. I mean, I don't want to hold you up, man. You said you was trying to get off of this shit like an hour ago.
Like 2 hours ago. But nah, y'all want y'all to finish. Y'all say everything y'all want to say.
No, I gotta say, I ain't gotta say no. I ain't gonna hold you up any longer. I got to, man.
Same thing, man. Hey, y'all just keep doing what y'all do, man. Continue to grow, continue to build, and I'll see y'all on the battlefield.
All right, and there's all these other people that's been coming in the chat, and I don't know who they be, you know what I'm saying, but it's like, you know, a bunch of weird people. But
it's the people who got your strike.
Probably. They probably give me another strike for this one, you know what I'm saying? And that's the thing. That's why I had to talk about the hate thing, because he brought up this hate thing a lot, you know what I'm saying? But he won't address the self-hate that's within. And every time you bring up something that's black, well, you know, black people is thieves, black people is killers. Like, I'm asking him about the national anthem in football. He talking about LeBron James is this and that. I'm like, yo, negative everything when it comes to your own, you know what I'm saying? And this is the mentality. And I want us to stop looking at life through their lens, you know what I'm saying? Because I say we need black businesses, don't have nothing to do with Walmart. We need our own businesses. What you want me to do? You know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's a whole nother conversation. But I appreciate y'all brothers, man. And I appreciate everybody that came through in the chat. Y'all ain't got nothing else to say?
Nah, bro.
All right, man. Yeah, y'all too, man. Thank y'all, man.
Yeah, and get your rest, man. Everyone, let's get our rest, man.
Oh.
Thank you for this conversation. Thanks for the grace, man.
Oh yeah, I gotta say, and I said it earlier, yo, they try to give me a strike. So if anything happens to this channel, y'all subscribe to my other channel. I put it in the thing, so I'll be over there if I get any strikes or anything. So y'all go to that channel, and I'll be there. But
you only on YouTube forecast?
I got other stuff. I mean, like I got
Hey,
fan base.
You ain't gotta drop them if you don't want.
Yo, you got IG?
Yeah. Just go to my my page, Black Family Vanguard.
Black Family Vanguard. I got you. I'm gonna hit you up on IG.
All right,
Because the brother said he didn't know if I was black, but I don't know if he black. No. All right.
Hey, and when you see that we training, hey, you know, just know that we ain't doing nothing. Okay, we just sitting back and just chilling, smoking weed.
All right.
All right, fellas. Peace.
All right, peace, y'all. All right, peace, real black gentlemen. And like I said, man, America's Rifleman, if you want to debate me on that point about black people being racist, if you that confident, you got the ability to prove me wrong. Like, you ain't have to run. You could have just proved me wrong right here on the spot. And I'll give you time. I'll give you a year. I'll give you a week. We could do it tomorrow. Just let me know when you want to do it. If that's what you want to do, if you really believe in your heart that, you know what I'm saying, black people is racist, then this shouldn't be a problem. And I welcome you or anybody, you know what I'm saying, who don't agree with what I say to come on here and prove me wrong and not run from the problem or run from what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? And to use other tactics is, you know what I'm saying, like, hey, you know, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? The real recognize the real, you know what I'm saying? And those who question you, you know, and that's why I say anybody who say I'm talking about, hey, I gotta look at you with your, you know, how much anti-blackness you got. But, you know, shouts out to y'all, man. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we gonna keep falling for anything.